BJ will be ready at 10.
So we're not, okay, we're going to call the meeting to order. This is our June 14th meeting for the Lake County Board of Supervisors, Day 1, public hearing for recommended budget for fiscal year 2023-24. Call this meeting to order. Does anyone have a moment of silence?
Unfortunately, I do. Yesterday, I spoke about Ronnie Boyd and hoping to keep his wife, Dina Boyd, in our thoughts and prayers. Unfortunately, his wife succumbed to her injuries, and she also passed yesterday afternoon during our meeting. And so if we can, that family's going through a horrific time, and again, very impactful to the community if we could hold them in our hearts and prayers.
Okay. Yes. Sheriff, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, our first timed item of the day, 4.1, public hearing, 9 a.m., consideration of recommended budget for fiscal year 2023-24 for the County of Lake and special districts governed by the Board of Supervisors. I will turn this over to our admin office.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board. I'd like to introduce today the 2023-24 recommended budget for your consideration. In addition, before we start, and before I hand this off to Mr. Carter, I want to thank our staff and all the department staffs who worked very hard to put this item together for your consideration. And also, and I know we're going to have a very succinct and efficient day. Hopefully, we can end the day at 5 o'clock so that if we have to, we can come back tomorrow morning. Again, thank you very much for your time today. Thank you very much for your time today, and let's begin.
All right, good morning, Board. Is it not working?
Oops, that worked.
Sam? Sam? Is it working? Hi.
It is now.
A little bit. All right, never mind. Sorry about that. All right, good morning, Board. We're pleased to present, like CEO Parker stated, the recommended fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget. As you are aware, the board can make any changes you see fit during this hearing, and this allows departments to be funded through September 12th when final recommended budget is approved. That turns into the adopted budget, and that's the true budget for the county. So this is just a temporary budget until that time. Let me pull up my slides. Can you hit escape? Because I'm not sharing. All right. Sorry, working out a little kink here. Okay. So during the guiding principles in preparing any budget, in this case the recommended budget, is one, to develop a responsible, sustainable budget that will enable a county to maintain its fiscal solvency for the short and long term, minimize and or completely avoid negative impacts on service levels, provided to the public, improve services when possible, also to preserve the county's general reserves and increase reserve designations where possible, to prepare for future budgetary needs, and to avoid utilization of a large number of layoffs, work furloughs, or other forms of compensation reduction to balance the budget. So in this slide, you have to balance the structurally balanced budget, which fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget is structurally balanced, which means the ongoing revenue does match the ongoing expenses. The variation you see, so it's not a one-to-one in the overall budget or in general funds budget. The difference there is one-time money, which is either the FBA, which is the carryover, or reserves being lowered to pay for those items. And on the other side, to balance it out, avoid layoffs and everything that I just said. So avoid the negatives, but still stay structurally sound. It worked. Sorry.
You got to lean forward to get the connection.
So for the county overall revenues, general fund is requesting $77,155,000 in revenue, and special funds, which is every other fund in the county, $220 million. The overall appropriations for the recommended budget, general fund is requesting $93.8 million, and special funds is requesting $287 million. And you will notice take general fund, for example, the difference between the $77 million in revenue and the $93 million in appropriations is being covered through our fund balance available, which has many sources, and currently it's still quite high due to our ARPA funding. 6 to 8 million is just ARPA carryover, and those funds need to be utilized by the end of 2024, or at least appropriated in a contract, and then we would have until the end of 2026 to spend. The county budget overview for all governmental funds, general fund, you saw previously. This is a little bit of a breakdown where special revenue funds last year was $161 million. This fiscal year we're asking for $182 million. Special capital projects going from 19 million actually down to 16 million, which means some projects were completed and we don't have as many this fiscal year. Internal service funds also going down only by about 300,000, 11 million down to 10 million. Enterprise funds, which we actually have one enterprise fund, it's 11.5 last year to 11.9 million this year, so pretty on par. The grand totals last year was 353 million, and this year request is 380 million. This recommended budget represents an increase of $27,606,070 when compared to fiscal year 22-23. The year-over-year increase can be attributed to additional appropriations in special revenue funds like Roads Department, $7,317,000 higher. Behavioral health / substance use disorder services, so two different budget units, an increase of $11,310,000. That's quite a bit. We'll explain that during the behavioral health presentation. Public health / health administration, which is Fund 170, is increasing appropriation requests by a little over 1.5 million. And library improvements budget unit is requesting an increase of 1.6 million for projects that are coming through. And then special districts and other agencies such as flood zone number 5 is requesting an increase of 5.8 million. So those are the main contributors to the increase overall. Now, if you look at the appropriations for the entire county by source, it's up on the screen now where salaries and appropriations, salaries and benefits, a little over 115 million, so 29% of our overall budget is salaries and benefits. Services and supplies is 138.5 million. Construction in progress, so capital projects, 55.9 million, 14%. And capital assets, vehicles, that kind of item, it's a little over 17 million. And other financing uses means it's being, that's funding being transferred to another location. And then all revenues by source, taxes, property tax, sales tax, any other source of taxes, almost 41.5 million, which is 14%. State revenue sources overall, 146.7 million. And federal is 44.7 million, 15% of our overall expected revenue countywide. And then some of the smaller ones would be interest and rent, 4.6 million at 1.6%. Licenses and permits, 5.9 million. Utilities and services, 10.9 million. So there's quite a spread, but the bulk of our revenue comes from state, federal, and taxes as a county goes. The general fund, specifically broken out appropriations, you can see salaries and benefits come in at a little over 52 million, which is 50.08%, so almost exactly 50% of our budget. Services and supplies come in at 31 million, which is 29.94%. And then capital assets, even though those are scrutinized pretty heavily, it's only 1.2 million of the general fund budget at this point in time. During recommended budget, we don't, any capital asset that requires one-time money from FBA or carryover funding, we generally wait until September when the carryover figure is actually known and quantifiable. Right now, during recommended budget before July 1, we try to keep it to the guaranteed what we know we have funding-wise. So either we have the finances already in-house for sure, or it's a contract, grant, etc. So September, that capital asset figure will potentially go up with your board's approval and projects being available. The general fund revenues, 46.87% is from taxes, mainly property taxes and sales tax. Interest, rents, and concessions, 2.47% or 1.9 million. Federal is 2.8 million or 3.64%. And the very small sliver that you can't actually see is miscellaneous other. We're projecting $34,000, so 0.04%. Moving on to our revenue sources, the general fund discretionary revenue. The property taxes are considered, the secured property taxes are the largest source of discretionary revenue. If you take a look at the slide here, the revenue is continually rising. It does rise between 2 and 5% generally annually. Even if you notice, even during times that aren't great, it does generally break even. Over the last 20 years, it's only gone down once or twice, and it was less than 1%. So it's a pretty stable source of funding. Next year, we're projecting just over $20 million in property taxes, and fiscal year 22-23, we're projecting to finish at right about 19.5 million.
I have a question. Should I wait till the presentation's over or ask
Go
while the
ahead.
slide's there?
I'm fine with that.
Is this utilizing, like adding the backfill that we received? Because I thought that there was always imagery to show a dip after the 14-15 year after the fires. Or maybe, maybe it was back from '08 that I'm thinking, that's why it doesn't show up.
A little
on
further
that.
back, yeah.
Gotcha.
There was a dip, but what you're talking about, the backfill from the state, yes, this would include that, because that covered secured property tax.
Thank you.
And here is how every resident's secured property tax is broken out by where the funding goes. So for every dollar received, 57.67% goes to schools of some kind. And I word it that way because there's about 10 to 15 different categories. But it is schools overall. The county agencies receive 26.41%. Fire districts receive 7.55% if you add them all together. Oh no, the cities is blocked. Cities receives 2.24%, and special districts receive, and not our special districts, just districts overall. It's lighting districts, it's all the way down to water districts, 6.13%. So of that 26.41%, the way it breaks down in county is roads receives 1.10. What I should say is this is based on the AB 8 calculation done in the auditor's office, and the fiscal year 23-24 calculation I don't believe is complete yet. So this is based off of the 22-23 figures. So this is technically last year or what we are currently in percentages. They don't change it a lot, but they like the 23.04 for general fund might be 23.05. It doesn't change very much. So roads currently receives 1.19% of each property tax dollar. General fund receives 23.04. And to put that in perspective, 23.04 correlates to that $19.5 million that I said we were receiving in secured property taxes for fiscal year 22-23. So that's the magnitude of those percentages. Water receives 0.96%, and library improvements receives 1.22%.
Yeah, I would say.
Watershed?
Yes,
Watershed protection.
I just didn't have enough space to put it all in there. So I think that's 4 different flood zones and watershed protection district itself. So moving on to other revenue sources, the cannabis tax. Here is a graph of the history of cannabis tax. So in 17-18, you see it was about 267,000. No, you can't actually see that number. I know that one by heart. It stayed relatively low until fiscal year 2021, and that was the first year where we had quite a few cultivation sites. And then 21-22, it came down slightly because of the market, et cetera. And then you see 22-23, where adjustments were made to the taxes charged as well as the market not doing very well. It's all the way down. We have received so far about 1.7 million and don't necessarily expect to receive any more since we're already near mid-June. For fiscal year 23-24, we projected it to be about 1.45 million. For September, since this year, fiscal year 22-23 is the best example of the same kind of environment we're going to see in 23-24, I will increase the 1.4 expectation of cannabis tax to 1.7 like we have received this year. It's not much of a difference, but there are cannabis taxes. And I will say we'll go far deeper into cannabis tax in Budget Unit 1072 presentation, which will be on Thursday when admin is presenting. Sales tax, I'm including both Bradley Burns 1% and Prop 172 taxes. You can see since 14-15 until this year, there has been quite an increase, especially 19-20 to 21-22. Sales tax has been good in Lake County. Now, if you see the 22-23, yes.
Oh, go ahead. When you're finished, I have a question.
You can see to the 22-23 number is expected to be down closer to 8.4 million between the two. And the projection for 23-24 was done in March and April, so it was before it started going down as Prop 172 goes. So I will probably request in September to lower our estimates by a few $100,000 to come in line with this fiscal year. Bradley Burns has been coming in continually strong, including right now. The Prop 172 has not been. It is starting to go down by 20%-ish.
So local spending habits have
Bradley Burns.
stabilized with Bradley Burns since the pandemic, and state Prop 172 is fluctuating more.
That is what I am seeing currently. That doesn't mean it's going to continue.
Right.
That is always going to be watched, but as of the data coming in right now, yes.
Okay.
Do I expect that eventually Bradley Burns to rebound with the state, like go down? Yes, I do, but we're not seeing it yet. But when it does happen, we will take appropriate action. Moving on to one of our other funding sources, transient, if I can say it, occupancy tax, has been fluctuating over the many years. The current treasurer tax collector identified the TOT vendors who have not been submitting their TOT funds, which is why you see fiscal year 17-18 increasing in 18-19, 19-20, and going forward. One of the main reasons is all of those vendors are now aware that they should be paying the occupancy tax. If you look at fiscal year 22-23, there's right now it's a pretty big dip, and that's all the way through June 9th. Now, I will say in the last two fiscal years, there has been, the lodging community has through July, I believe July 30th, or maybe into part of August, to remit items for the fourth quarter. So that would be accrued back. In the last couple of fiscal years, that amount has been around $250,000. So if that trend continues, that fiscal year 22-23 will jump up just over $800,000. So it will be up, not quite such a dip.
Just on an aside for admin, I don't know if you're aware, but I would definitely look at and pay attention to SB 584. That has the potential to automatically increase the TOT to 15% on all short-term rentals that are not hotels and things like that. And there's a potential impact that I'm not aware exactly what that would mean for Lake County, but just want to make sure it's on your radar.
And
SB
Patrick Sullivan's tracking that too. But that is a conversation we should bring back.
And part of the reason why I'm bringing everything up related to the dip in this one, as you can see, when we projected in March and April when budgets were created, I wasn't expecting a dip. So fiscal year 23-24 will be reevaluated and presented at September with probably a little bit more accurate of a figure. So moving on to contingencies and reserves, and these are general fund. We currently have contingencies, which is budget unit 7999. You always need funds in contingencies because it helps with cash flow, as well as if any funding, et cetera, does not come through like it should. We are proposing to keep it the same as last fiscal year at $4,548,360, And that figure was calculated based on our payroll increases during the beginning of the MOUs. Our general reserves, we're requesting to keep them stagnant at 15.5 million. And if you noticed in the slide, there's no proposed changes at this time because these go up if there's one-time monies available. And that would be one of those September changes because we know what our FBA is going to be. The building and infrastructure reserve, we're requesting to keep it the same at this point at a little over 8.4 million. That was increased last year by 6 million. And that goes along with the report that says we have quite a bit of work to do on our buildings. Technology modernization reserve is at a little over $2 million. I will put the caveat in there that little over 1.5 million of that is the LATCF funding, so that it wouldn't be constantly in our carryover funds and then get lost. This one, I'm going to recommend at September, if we have the FBA available, to increase quite a bit, because we are in dire need of a new accounting system, and a new accounting system costs between 6 and 10 million. So if you have one-time money available, it's the time to try to set that aside. The pension and stabilization, that was emptied and moved into PARs per your board's approved resolutions, so it is zeroed out. This reserve is the one that I would look into possibly renaming to create the Parks Reserve that the board was asking for in last year and I believe the prior year. Budget Stabilization Reserve is currently at a little under 3.5 million, and that can be utilized also for funding from the state, et cetera, not coming in.
If I can bring something up, I was going to bring up the technology modernization. Part of those conversations definitely need to prepare ourselves and slowly, incrementally work towards that, so I absolutely agree with that comment. Two other things. Is it a reserve but not officially a reserve within our cannabis taxes for salary stabilization, or is that the budget stabilization right there?
None of this is cannabis at all.
Okay.
So
There's a reserve, but not
It's not-
officially reserved within the cannabis taxes to help with balancing.
that's why we don't call it a reserve when we will talk about Budget Unit 1072. It's a stabilization.
Okay. And then for general fund, obviously waiting till September, but I know that we're doing really, really well with our investments, and I'd like to look at potential policy of what is, let's say we got 5% interest rate on our investments, what's 5% of 15.5 million? And that should be kind of the base of starting to what we add into it on an annual basis. We can go more, or at least provide good, adequate reason why we should go less, but I think that we should utilize our investments to see what does 15.5 million bring back for us, and that would be a good way to increase our reserves by that at minimum base. Just a conversation to have later on. Just wanted to bring it up.
I will say that it is best practice to have those kinds of policies, and the admin office, myself, has been working on those for a couple years, and they need to be approved and partially written by the Auditor Controller's Office. And I just talked with Genevieve, and we will be working on that kind of policy. It's not just the reserves, but it's also how to handle if you have so much FBA that there's an auto where it goes, and that's where it would potentially go into a certain kind of reserve or what the board decides for that policy.
And just real quickly, I didn't quite catch where you said pension stabilization went. It went to a different type of reserve fund, so I just
It went out of
make sure I
county.
got the nomenclature right.
So it went out of county. There was a resolution approved by your board to send pension stabilization of $3 million to a company called PARS. It puts it in the market, and it can only be utilized for PERS. PARS and PERS. Do you know what so you know PERS, right?
So we won't be coming back to PARs later in the budget discussions? On a
PARs?
line item basis?
No.
Is there anything else in terms of reserve or any approach to unaccrued liability we'll be talking about during these hearings?
No.
Okay.
That's part of our percentage in every single budget. So account 0331 or 2? Nah, I'm gonna have to look at it real quick. 0222, retirement contribution PERS, that percent, each budget unit has that in for their payroll.
That's in the memo.
And that presentation, yeah, there is something in the memo about the UAL and where it's going. But the PERS is in each payroll's budget unit, and at the beginning, before everybody budgets, the auditor's office and the admin office calculates our UAL, and based on our payroll, what percentage we need to charge to cover both our UAL and our general fee for PERS.
All right. But if I dive down to the memo, I'll find some goodness on UAL.
Well, all you're going to find in the memo in the UAL is right at the very bottom. What I'm telling you is the actuarial's estimate for future years. It shows the actuarial versus the charged amount for fiscal year 17-18 all the way through fiscal year 24-25. So of our overall payroll, a certain percentage is charged and then sent off to PERS. And there's our payment that takes care of the UAL and the normal fee.
Okay, it may be outside the scope of what we're doing here for the next couple of days.
I can do a one-on-one with you related to this and show you actuarials, et cetera.
Appreciate that, thank you.
And just for clarification, what you just said is pension liability is covered within the budget summaries that are before us because they're embedded within each budget fund.
Absolutely.
So that's what matters to me. If that balances, then that means our pension liability is taken care of.
No problem at all, currently. Well, since we went there, I am going to go to the end of the memo real quick, which I don't have in my slides. So fiscal year 22-23, the actuarial figure for PERS was 25.26% to be charged to miscellaneous employees, which is everybody other than law enforcement. We actually only needed to charge 23.86%, which sounds like a lot, but that's less than the prior years. For safety, actuarial wanted 43.91% to be charged because it's based on how much your payroll ends up being, because UAL is a solid amount. So your percentage varies depending on what your actual payroll is because you have to cover that amount. We actually charged 41.94% in 22-23. So we haven't had to charge as much as the actuarial has estimated. For 23-24, we're charging 23.3%, and what that means is our expected payroll is higher, so a lower percentage covers the UAL. And for safety, 37.61%. Hopefully that semi-cleared that up, probably not. It's a tough subject. Moving on, capital asset projects. Here's a brief summary of some of the major projects going on this fiscal year. Various deferred maintenance and roof replacements. Budget Unit 1778, that's where the major capital projects are for general fund, a little over 5.7 million. And once we get to that budget unit, I will call upon Lars to answer questions because they are generally, it's admin's budget unit, but Lars oversees those projects.
So I have a problem with the way this is shown to us because it doesn't help me understand enough. So there's $73 million that are captured within this list, I believe is what it totals to at the bottom.
Okay.
And I don't have a date of when this was brought to the list and a timeline of when we anticipate to actually accomplish these projects. I know that that timeline can easily be moved, but to know that this has been on there for 20 years or 2 years, I think makes a huge difference on the conversation of, is this going to get accomplished, or is this money that's trapped that we need to move into another bucket? And so it makes it really difficult for me to know and manage what I believe should happen with this versus all it shows is fiscal year 23, 24. I can go back through 20 years worth of documentation to figure it out, but I think it'd be so much easier to have a starting point of when it made it on the list with a potential timeline of when we anticipate to use these funds.
The reason why I'm hesitating on my response is that would be one heck of a slide. I do agree with the information you were requesting. I think that would be during the actual budget units for each department, and department heads may or may not have that knowledge off the top of their head, but maybe for September or future years, meaning next year, that is something, a report specifically created for you. We would probe the departments to have that information. It's not something I can find out right now.
I'll bring one up that you and I talked about earlier. It's for the South Main water that's been there for 10 or 12 years. Is this something we're going to move forward with? Is this something that Lakeport's going to move forward? Like, I just need, some things seem to be on there for quite a while, and it's like $2-point-something million. Can that money be used for what it's signed up to be used for, or do we need to move it? It just, there's a lot of money in here, and to understand better would really help me out.
Understood. So I think department heads should be prepared to present that.
And I think that if there's consensus for that, but that's just my personal opinion on better understanding this.
I agree.
Yeah, I just think on the long-term projects there, you know, I know the South Main, obviously a very complicated issue. For you to get a simple answer, that isn't going to happen because we've already gone through the process of annexation. It wasn't successful, so now there will be another conversation that will be happening. These are continuing conversations, so just say, well, this is going to get done on this date. There's a lot of things that have to come into play. I mean, we're even part of that on LAFCO, on the other boards that, you know, are all going to contribute to that. So that's just one project. So imagine they're all just as complicated. So just be prepared for that. It's not as we all know, sitting here on the board, it's not as simple. We have goals, we have opportunities and projects that need to get completed, but sometimes they get pushed out. So I'm just making that comment.
Yeah, but I think it would be helpful to have a best guess timeline, because we know they're not all happening this year. And what's going to be maybe happening in the next 2 to 3 years, 5 years, just some kind of timeline. I think that would be helpful. Do you have a comment? Yeah, Michael? Okay.
Okay. So during recommended budget, the board has to specifically approve capital projects that are allowed to be purchased, we'll say, or continue as of July 1. It has to be explicitly stated. And within the capital asset list, it'll say there's a column purchased authorized prior to adopted budget, yes or no. And if you go into that list, almost all, if not all of them, are yeses. And the reason for that is we tried to not include any that would be in danger of not having funding as of September. That's why September with, again, the FBA for general fund specific departments, those requests don't even show up here until then because it would be a no on this list. So these are the ones that funding is secured. The yeses means funding is secured and ready to go July 1. Whether the project goes July 1 is another story.
And just a clarification, at least for the public, just because it's a yes doesn't mean the project is happening. It still needs to come before the board to be approved for things like that.
Correct.
Yeah.
This just allows the department to start the process or continue the process. Sorry. So next up would be general fund position changes since the fiscal year 22-23 adopted budget. The reason why I didn't do this for the overall county is look how full that slide is just for general fund. But this has been, most of these items or positions were changed during the fiscal year. So the first few with the administration office, that isn't a request for recommended. That's just a recap of what happened during the fiscal year where we brought a resolution forward for the economic development deputy county administrative officer and the housing deputy and a new analyst that is covered by ARPA. So this is a culmination since adopted September 22-23. The overall adjustment is only 4.75 positions with all of those changes. And 2 of those positions are for a new department head where we allow them leeway to figure out how their department's running and where they need to make changes. And I don't know if you guys can read that or not, because I cannot from here.
Yeah, I got the slide.
Yeah, got the slide on here.
If I may add something to that, right now, currently, our authorized position, so we started last year with 1060, I believe. 1060.6. We're asking for 1095. 21 of those positions have already been approved, and there's an additional 15 that are being requested for outside, both in general fund and outside of general fund, just to at least make sure we're aware of the increases in the number of employees that we're requesting. And
Absolutely, and I would hope that comes out in the presentations from those department heads / fiscal staff.
I bring it up because I think that's a large increase. I have certain issues with that, but that'll be department by department.
Okay. So this year I included a slide on the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds. All of the awarded amounts from the committee and approved by the board are on here, and then the cost to date. And the cost to date section, column, is just what we have claimed, not necessarily what we have spent. So it's missing a couple months since we have not claimed it yet. But overall, of the 12.5 million, we have claimed a little over $944,000, which we have until December 31st, 2024 to either spend the funds or obligate it under, like the Armory is 3 million with 0 spent. We need to be under the construction contract before the end of 2024, and then we have through the end of 2026 to spend it. And it does look like there's a lot unspent. We are going to have an ARPA committee meeting in July to potentially reallocate some of these funds. But I know for a fact quite a few of these funds are going to be spent, they just haven't been spent yet. Example, again, I'll go with the Armory because it's an easy one. We are receiving an earmark or community project from Thompson for almost $1 million, $988,000. That needs to be spent first. So we're in the engineering phase, so it's being spent, it just hasn't gone to the real quick construction where it costs a lot of funding. So the 3 million is going to be spent, as an example. And we have started most of the other projects like NCO. We've already sent 200,000 out. As soon as they have spent most of their first 200,000, we'll send another 200,000. So those ones are pretty much locked in, going to happen. It's just taking some time.
So I don't know if we put it on the calendar yet, but we requested our next ARPA committee meeting be in July. And we also requested timelines from all the departments on when they would be allocated or spent, so that we'll have an understanding on what might need to be shifted around.
I will have someone set up the meeting, and we will also, admin will reach out to all the departments to find what their time frame is currently,
Okay.
because that will make, that's a big,
That'll
a
help.
big data point on our decision-making.
Yep.
So since vacancies have come up a lot, I added a slide as of 6/9 of this year. It's a snapshot out of our system for countywide vacancies by fund, and then general fund specifically broken out, so you know the different departments, because there's far more departments in general fund than any other fund. So if you're looking at general fund, authorized is the FTEs allowed, so it's your position allocation chart. So there's 445 positions in general fund available. So general fund budget units with greater than 25% vacancy, treasurer tax collector budget unit 1122, does not have 14 vacancies. They're authorized for 14 positions, and they have a 28.6% vacancy rate. Assessor, 31.3%. Public Works Admin, 46.2%. They have at least 2 unfunded positions, so, but they still technically show because it's an FTE. So it's not really quite that high if you look at all the data points. IT, 30%. Victim Witness, 33%, with only 6 positions total, so really only 2 positions missing. And then if you go near the bottom, Marine Patrol, they're a hefty 50% vacancy, but there's 2 positions, so that means there's 1 vacancy. Moving over to the non-general fund, the vet clinic stands out, Fund 190. It's 100% vacant, but that is just 2 positions. That's the veterinarian and the vet tech, and we don't have either position currently. Another health administration, Fund 170, that's public health, environmental health, and health administration. Fund 170 has 3 different budget units. It's at 38.5% vacant.
And do you
yes.
have a breakdown of each of those departments?
I do. What would you like to know?
Well, what's the vacancy in each of those?
Of the 170.
Under health services.
Under health services, environmental health is 21.4%, which is budget unit 4010. Public health, which is budget unit 4011, is 47.5%, which is 19 vacancies out of 40. Public health admin, which is budget unit 4012, has 3 vacancies, which is 27.3%.
Okay.
And since you asked it that way, one of the other large vacancies is social services admin, budget unit 5011 and 5012. Budget unit 5011 has 47 vacancies, but it's out of 258, is 18.2%. And then 5012, which has other staff, we'll call it AAA, and those kind of staff members. There's only 2 vacancies, but it's 20% because there's only 10 FTEs. So it's all in context. Disaster finance, budget unit 110, 50%, but again, it's only actually 1 vacancy. So that's child support has a 15% vacancy. I don't see a reason to read too many more. Is there any questions on this slide? Questions?
So I have a question. We're about to submit our application to Cal OES for tree removal, and we've already submitted our application to the federal government for the Inflation Reduction Act support, but we are going to have to front the money for tree removal, and so where is that coming from?
What dollar figure are you estimating?
Well, I don't know how the reimbursement process is going to work and how quickly it's going to turn around. We've been told it's fairly quickly, 6 weeks, is that what we were told? Scott? I think so.
So 2 months.
But we don't know. We don't really know. It could be much longer than that because the program hasn't really been managed. There's no active applicants. And so we'll have to get started, we'll have to front, and then we'll have to be reimbursed. And I don't know what that cycle's going to look
You
like.
eventually create a cycle, so when we know like it's 2 months, if fronting it for 2 months, let's say is $2 million, that's what we can front, and it keeps the engine rolling.
Right.
And so I would recommend at least 2 months' worth of money, because 6 weeks is usually not what happens.
Right.
Do you know, is that in the range of 2 million? No idea?
I don't know. We're going to be looking at that application at our next meeting.
Will that be before September?
It'll be the 27th?
Okay, so what I would say is that if the board is agreeable, once that figure is known, that my office would look into possible funding sources, and it would basically be a loan, it sounds like, not an actual county match. Don't know?
We don't know if that 25% is going to be covered, so that might be something that we have to,
Okay, then our office will look at both possibilities for funding sources.
okay. So if we submit the application in July, then we have to go out for bid, so probably in the fall it'll be a good time anyway. September, have that conversation. But be ready in case it happens sooner. Anyone else?
Can I get some nods from,
Yes, nods?
To have the conversation, yeah, you know, we're going to have those numbers as we're moving forward, so that's the main thing. I know, you know, it's a big lift, so, yeah, we need to have more information after the next meeting, so definitely agree with it, but
No, we got to figure out where it's going to come from. So I have a question. Glad you showed us the vacancies. I'm going to reiterate something that I'm sure you're sick and tired of hearing from me, but we started with our raises. We were at 20%, and we've done a lot of effort to retain, but we haven't reduced our vacancy rates. Again, not to say that anything that we've done is incorrect, but we continue to have a approximately 20% vacancy rate. And I feel we should have some, I've tried having the discussion, and I know it's on your board, to look at either reducing our overall position allocation, but we keep increasing our position allocation, so that kind of goes in the reverse. But at the same time, we still have 20%. And so do we actually believe we're going to hire everybody? And if we don't, how can we maybe cut 5% out, not position allocations, but cut 5% out, knowing we're never going to get to a 5% vacancy rate, and reinvest those funds in a different way within the budget? I feel like we're inflating portions of our budget and trapping money in places that could be used to contract to get work done, to place in things like tree mortality or whatever it is that we can. It's annual money that's there, but annually all it does is end up getting rolled over. I feel like we have an inflated salary budget, knowing that for the last 5 years we've been stuck at 20%, but we continue to fill the entire 100% of salaries and benefits within our budgets. And I just think that there's, in my opinion, better ways to not put ourselves in a dangerous situation by saying, well, then let's take the 20% away. That would be dangerous. But maybe 5% of that, I know other counties do that. They actually budget for vacancies rather than not budget. And we're putting all our money in a bucket that ends up just rolling over rather than being able to utilize for services, for projects, or whatever that progresses our community towards the goals that we have. And so as I look through these numbers and I look at the actuals from the past, the numbers don't always exactly, it's not that they don't exactly match. Their numbers are quite varied and quite different versus what we budget and what we actually do. And I'd love for us to learn from that and looking at how much we actually do spend versus what we put in our budget, and maybe try to eliminate some of those trapped funds into purposes that end up helping us move the ball.
agree. And to that, I don't know what else to say. On that note, yes, many counties do take right off the top 5 or 10% of salary because they know there's going to be a 5 or 10% vacancy and reallocate that funding elsewhere. That is salary savings, and some departments do that internally. We just don't call it unfunded on the position allocation chart, but we do some of that, but not to the degree that we could. I have taught certain departments how to do that, and it is being minorly implemented.
But we don't have a policy.
No.
Is that something you want to bring back in September?
Policy?
Well, I'm asking
I'd love to see, I've been trying to look at position allocations, knowing that we never fill them anyways, to try to reduce that so that we can free up some of this money. I'm trying a different strategy and saying, can we just leave the positions, but try to look at a 5% reduction, knowing the vacancies will exist. I'm trying to figure out how to utilize our money to the best of our use. And so, yes, if that comes back in September, I'd be very happy to see what are our options.
Hi, we'll make every effort to research that and bring it back in September. We probably won't be able to implement it till the next fiscal year, but we'll explore those options and bring it back to the
Or
board,
potentially mid-year?
or potentially mid-year.
Okay, nods?
I'm in agreement with it. Yeah.
Okay.
I would like a higher percentage. I mean, I heard him say 10%, but I understand that's, pretty high, but I think 7.5% might be.
Well, and any organization always has a vacancy rate no matter what you pay or how good the culture is. Life happens, and you need to be able to hire, let's say you have a 20% vacancy, which means you can hire 20 people. If you had a 30% vacancy, you can hire 30, and the reason why more stays, you have 30 chances at sticking versus 20. So that's why you don't necessarily unfund the position to where you can't go out to fill it. You just don't have the salary there. And if all positions are filled, then you transfer the money over to cover salaries. We can do something like that for September, but an actual policy, that is research, and don't know if that's even a possibility.
But it sounds like the board is okay with looking at it at the very least to see how that would function, and I appreciate that.
We will, yes.
And if I could just add on, I don't know, but just ideas, part of it would be, if they're not going to fill the positions, let's grab some of that money and budget it forward, but also maybe what would it take to pry an FTE or two out of a budget? And I can't channel my inner department head, but once you get those FTEs, you don't want to give them up. So, and it was kind of a curiosity when I went to Lakeport and watched their budget, but they have staffing issues, as you might guess, so they did something interesting with the police department, and it's like, I don't know how they're going to budget it, but it's just like, instead of going light item, you have so many sergeants and so many officers and all that, they just have 11 FTEs or whatever it is, and good luck filling them with whatever job classifications you can within that range. I don't know what that's going to do for their budgeting, but it's going to give some flexibility to the department. So I'm totally okay with what we just gave direction, that we want to look at ways to address any salary savings and bring them forward, but I'm also interested in creative techniques that we can give some flexibility to department heads in mixing and matching their FTEs without not this constant struggle, so they don't get locked into a position allocation that they think they absolutely need on paper. There may be ways in a policy, and again, maybe we don't do it in September and all that, but maybe part of the problem is not just figure out the way to get the salary savings, but figure out a way to shrink those FTEs a little bit without sending off alarm bells or somehow impeding the activities of the department. So, and all I can explain is what I saw. I can't explain how it's intended to work, but I do think there are other options we could look at to kind of goose constant examination of your FTE mix. And if you need to shrink it a little bit, if only because you can't fill them anyway, then how do we incentivize that self-examination without signaling department heads like we're kind of punishing them by shrinking their budgets or shrinking their ability to
get worker bees where they need to get the work done. So I don't know if I've explained that adequately, but I would suggest that as an additional layer, whether we come back mid-year or something like that. Maybe we could examine something like that.
And yeah, I'll leave that alone.
We will come back with what we find.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move on to department heads?
No?
All right, first up is Ag Commissioner, found on page D154. The requested appropriations are found on D156, $1,225,468. I will turn it over to Ms. Vanderwall.
Thank you. And before I start, do you want me to go through each budget unit? Okay.
Yeah, the board has to approve each budget unit.
They'll approve them separately, or?
They can approve them as a whole, but they need to know each one.
Okay.
Welcome to your first year of finance.
Good morning, Chair Pyska and board members. Catherine Vanderwall, Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures. Before I start this morning, I would like to thank my administrative assistant, Abella Cartero, for her help in preparing the budget, as well as the admin office for their support. So as Stephen Carter mentioned, Budget Unit 2601, this is the main budget for the Agriculture Department and Weights and Measures. So just an overview, the department is responsible for ensuring fairness and equity in the marketplace and protecting and promoting agriculture, the public, and the environment through the various programs that we administer. Some of these programs include our insect trapping program, which safeguards our local food supply and allows producers to export their commodities, whether it's out of state or out of country. Additional programs include safe pesticide use, monitoring certified farmers markets, to ensure program integrity, and testing all commercial weighing and measuring devices, which ensures that the consumer is getting what they're paying for. So this would be whether somebody is filling up at the gas station or buying groceries in the grocery store. So for fiscal year 23-24, there are no significant increases or decreases in our budget. So I am requesting to carry over funding for the capital asset listing to replace our 1982 International Weight Truck. And this was approved by your board last fiscal year. Classic. It is classic. So we currently have an open RFP out for that, which is set to close at the end of this month. So that is in the works.
How long did that take to get built?
I'm not sure.
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
Okay.
Yeah. So some of our accomplishments for this current year that we're in, the deputy position was successfully filled. Staff had recently received training to test electric vehicle charging stations. We hosted a Weighmaster training for the cannabis industry. And then next week, we are hosting a pesticide outreach session for the cannabis industry. And then goals going forward for 23-24 include increasing staff hours in the farmers market program to ensure program integrity and consumer protection, complete the 2022 crop report, and identify and catalog all of the electric vehicle charging stations in the county, so that way when we're ready to start testing them on a regular basis, we can do that. Are there any questions for this budget unit?
I have a dumb question. What are you planning to do with the 1982 International?
What are we going to do with it?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Once it's done, because you're getting a new one, right? You're not
Correct.
fixing, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it would be great for ag, like parades or whatever. It's a classic vehicle.
Maybe we can donate it to an
Safe
auto
in a
museum.
parade?
Safe.
Is it carb compliant?
No, it's not. Hence the reason for the new one. Yeah. Okay, so moving on to Budget Unit 2701. So this is the Fish and Game Protection and Propagation Fund. So this budget supports projects that improve the habitat for wildlife and fisheries in the county and is funded by a percentage of state fish and wildlife fines, penalties, and forfeitures. So the Ag Department manages this budget for the Lake County Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee. So the committee will either come up with their own projects, or they will receive project ideas from the community and then recommend them to your board for approval. So the only notable accomplishment I can think for this current fiscal year, because as I'm sure you're aware, the committee has been not fully seated, but I believe as of yesterday, the 13th committee member was appointed, so it's now full. They have met once this year, and then they have their next meeting on the 22nd. So we will see what goals come out of that committee, what they decide to go. Any questions for this budget unit?
Super simple.
Okay.
Yeah, what were the, for the actuals for this last fiscal year? Since there wasn't a committee, what were the, under supplies and services, about 8,500? And adopted 18K. So what are you doing under that budget unit right now for supplies and services?
Let me see. I don't have that information with me. Is that on?
I can catch you afterwards. I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah. I don't believe any funds were spent out of that for this current fiscal year. So going forward, it'll be whatever the committee, projects that are approved by your board. Yeah. So there's no spending that occurs until it goes through the board.
And if I may, Mr. Carter, in September, will we get estimates or actuals for 22-23?
It would be still technically estimated. The accrual period should be completed. It'll be very, very close to
Yeah, I
actuals.
think last year we got estimates in September, so just to-
It'll be within probably a few dollars of
yeah,
actuals.
just for Supervisor Green to know that we'll get more details on each one of these in September.
Any additional questions for that budget unit? No? Okay. And then final budget unit 2714 is the Biological Community Fund. So this budget unit funds the USDA Wildlife Services Program, which provides assistance to the public with nuisance wildlife. So this budget covers basically the USDA contract in which we have 1.5 wildlife specialists assigned to Lake County. And the half person, they spend half their time in Lake County and the other half in Napa. And then we have one person who's fully assigned to Lake County. So this program protects public health and safety, reduces livestock depredation, and mitigates property damage caused by wildlife. In fiscal year 22-23, as of April, a total of 313 people in Lake County were assisted with nuisance wildlife. This program is beneficial to the county residents, and I would ask that your board continue to support this program. Do you have any questions?
No?
And that completes my budget units.
Hey, thank you. Great job.
Is that it, Stephen?
Oh, yes. Public input? Or,
Yeah, public input, and then we generally do approve
yes,
their budget units.
okay. So I'm not in Zoom, do we have any public input on
Yeah.
budget units
I don't see any on Zoom here.
2601, 2701, and 2714? None in the chambers? None in Zoom? Okay, then we'll close it and bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Budget Units 2601, 2701, and 2714 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Next up is,
Can we see the truck when we do get it? Park it out front so we can
We all want to ride.
Definitely.
In the bucket.
next up is air quality management, budget unit 8799, found on page D405. And their requested appropriations,
What?
I always thought we did air quality.
$1,648,000, and you do need to sit as the air quality.
8799.
Yeah, do you got to read 4 point? Do we got to, then you got to read it out?
Okay. Sitting, 4.2, 905 item, sitting as the Lake County Air Quality Management District Board of Directors, LCA QMD fiscal year 23-24 draft budget hearing June 14th, 2023 at 9:05 a.m. Budget units 8799 and 8798. Director Gerhardt.
Good morning, Chair Pyska and board, and I will try and do as well as the last presentation, but I don't think I'll get there. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the time to present the Air District draft budget. This hearing is required by California Health and Safety Code to present the draft budget and take public comment prior to adoption of the final district budget. Any comments or concerns that are raised will be responded to, and any significant changes or issues will be brought back to the board at a later date for consideration based on any comments we receive. So the district is made up of, has two budget units, a primary operating budget, which is 8799, and the former district trust account budget, which is 8798. This is now the grant budget and a few other carryovers from that trust account from years ago. The district's budget is balanced, though we do rely on grant admin funds at the moment to stay balanced. The district's revenue is not keeping pace with the cost of operations, and that's why, as you know, we are working on a fee rule update. We haven't updated our fee schedule in well over 20 years, other than CPI adjustments. We've been pretty lucky to be fairly consistent in our fees, so no one has been surprised by drastic fee increases. So CPI just isn't keeping up anymore, so that's why we're finally working on a fee rule update. And we hope to have that. We were hoping to have that to you by this point, but with 4 staff, there are other higher priority issues and things to get taken care of, and so we are a few months behind what we scheduled. But we are getting there, and we should have it to you hopefully this summer sometime. So we're currently short 2 FTEs and from where we should be, and we hope to start filling those positions this coming year once we have our revenue stabilized. This process, the revenue stabilization is in the works. We're limited by time and short staffing. So with other priorities, we've had to, of course, set that aside. We anticipate having the update soon. There's no major changes to the district budget from previous years. We're stay fairly steady state. We have a pretty solid budgeting process, and I think admin likes the way we do it. So we try and keep things as simple and straightforward as possible. A few minor changes have occurred just because there's new categories and things get billed out of different categories, so we've had to shift things around a little bit. But other than that, we are consistent and with no major changes. Our capital asset requests, of course, we do have solar and building repairs and monitoring equipment specifically requested for expenditure. Solar project, of course, depends on as we move forward with solar, it's about timing, and if we do solar, we run into, okay, what do we have to get done before we can get solar installed? Because that will impact the ability to do roofing, to do other repairs. So we're trying to get all of those items taken care of prior to the installation of solar so that we don't have to expend a lot more to do other work in the future. So we keep coming into these things, and it's delayed the solar by a few years, but we are hoping to get that done in the coming year, or I will say we hope to have that done completely within 5 years. I'll give you that time frame. We would like to have it done in the coming year or two, but 5 years is probably more realistic. So, and then monitoring equipment, everything we buy is expensive. We're looking at $25,000 per piece of equipment, and the availability, if something fails, we have to replace it immediately because that is our attainment status. So if we don't get the equipment back up and running, we lose data, and when we lose data, we lose attainment. So, and when we lose attainment, then ag and everyone is impacted. So, that's why we continue to budget for equipment. We just, because it has to be replaced immediately if something goes wrong. So our goal is that we keep what we have going and we don't have to spend that money, but occasionally it does happen, so. Now, we can, go through the details of each budget unit. We don't normally go that deep as a presentation, but with questions, if you have questions from the board, from admin, or from the public, we're happy to go into detail on any of the budget items or the requests. And like I said, our operating budget is one budget unit, and the grant budget is our second budget unit. The grant budget unit, I just got notified yesterday, we're receiving $150,000 in wood stove replacement funds for the coming year, so we will be doing more wood stove projects. That should put us at, I'm hoping, around 50 stoves that will be replaced with newer, cleaner ones in the coming year. So we have 9 grant programs that we operate, and the funding for next year is really in flux with the state budget, so we won't know that. We probably won't know the exact dollars that we'll receive even by September, so we'll have to update you at a later date when we do know.
How many stoves did you replace this year?
This fiscal year, I believe we did a total of 50, but I believe we had, it's in our memo.
Sorry.
But some of those were finished during the fiscal year.
I just didn't want to make any guess.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. So the funding was 2 years ago, so we've had 2 fiscal years that they've been being installed through, so. And really, we would have had them all done prior to this fiscal year, except there's only 2 installers, and getting the stoves can take up to 3 months, so, once they order them. So it's been a little bit of a challenge, but the 2 installers are still on board and still working hard to do as many as they can. So, after public comment on the budget, then we have the standard request to approve the draft budget. And then also attached in our memo is our general policies update. We do this every year with our budget memo, and it's just the general direction to the district on how we proceed. Or we can bring that back at a later date if you wish to discuss it then, or go into any details. And then there's also a whole section on just general board updates so that you have an idea of what other activities are going on and things that are impacting or potentially impacting the community. So, and we put this out so that everyone, the public, everyone gets this and plenty of time to review it before this meeting. So with that, if there's any questions.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, and I apologize, there's not that much granular detail, but on, for 8799 on page D408, your capital, so is the solar project the 225K, and I'm seeing 225K listed twice, so I don't know if that's a transfer or if you have capital projects totaling 450 and change, or if the solar project is listed twice in there by mistake. So I'm just a little curious about the capital, just because I see 2 entries for 225 and I'm not sure what those are tapped to.
Are you talking about the capital asset list?
On D408 at the bottom. Sorry, at D408 on the bottom. I'm not looking at the capital asset list. I'm just looking at the
There we go.
requests.
The reason why I was asking is because on the capital asset list, it shows account 6169 is 225, but that's for solar installation. And account 6279 is also 225,000, but it's for air monitoring equipment, meteorological.
Right.
So they're the same amount, but different items, and 6279 means prior year.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
for something, I don't remember.
Supervisor Spatier?
Yeah, just a quick question. I don't think that I've ever seen a graph, and I don't know if there is one, but I feel like there's a line, a baseline for if we're above it, we're in attainment. If we're below it, we're not. What's it looking like? Are we going up and down? Are we steady? Are we slowly decreasing? I'm always curious because I think the worst thing that could ever happen to us as a board is if we have to start telling people they need to smog their vehicles, right? And so just kind of checking, where are we at? How are we doing?
Yeah. We are steady state, so I can bring that at a future date. I'll do another update with the board and provide kind of where we're at with everything. But yeah, we're staying pretty much steady state year after year. The only problem we have is that we're staying steady, but the standards keep getting tightened. So we are getting closer to the standard, but it's because the standard is coming down to where we are at. So,
Gotcha.
but we're still, statistically, we are not in danger anytime in the next 5 to 10 years. So.
That's great. And then the other thing, sorry, not necessarily related to budget, but I didn't see it on your list of goals. The burn ban policy, is that something that's still being worked on? Okay.
Yeah, that will come to you with the fee rule. So we'll do the public meetings and everything at the same time and that's a simple rule update. So yeah, we're planning for that one. It's just it'll be.
The process attached to it.
Yes, the process is the long, slow process, but.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions from the public? Anyone in the Zoom room?
Just have a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
The agricultural diesel engine, the replacement, that started this year, or is that a grant you guys have had going on? Just a question.
That's a grant that's been going on for a few years. We've done, I think, 3 years of farmer grants. So we still have some farmer funding this year that we're waiting on equipment to show up. So I think the last one we have is a ag truck. So
Are they going to newer diesel engines, or is it hybrid, or just a question?
this one's a new diesel engine. It's the new cleanest diesel available. But there is funding to go to. You can get a lot more funding going to electric.
Yeah.
But right now, we are funding an electric school bus. It's one of the microbuses, and that's a year and a half out. Well, it was a year and a half out when they ordered it. We should have the bus it's supposed to arrive sometime in the August or October time period. So,
Okay.
So hopefully October, November, we'll see an electric microbus driving around.
One other question on the solar also would be electric charging stations going in over there. Is that part of the solar installation or anything at the air quality offices there?
Yeah, when we do solar, we're going to do charging stations because we are going to be preparing for transition to electric vehicles. So,
Okay.
and then we do have grants that can be used for charging stations to help with the infrastructure to put charging stations in. So we just need people wanting to do the projects, and they have to be publicly available 24/7 charging stations. But yeah, we're looking for opportunities.
And I think there's a lot of electric vehicle charging station stuff that the state's rolling out right now, so.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's it.
Which school district was that bus with again?
That's with Middletown.
That's right.
Yeah. I believe Lakeport is requesting one. We just haven't received an application yet.
Okay.
Follow-up question on that. LTA and APC, has LTA reached out, our transit authority locally?
They have, and we're waiting for details from them on what they're looking at and what they want to do, so that we can determine whether they can qualify for any of the funding programs.
Thank you, Doug.
But there are annual funding programs that they could fit into, so.
Okay. Is there anyone in the Zoom room? Did I already ask that?
Yeah, let me see. I don't see any-
Public comment on these two budget units?
No hands up.
No? Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam,
We have a few things to approve.
My agenda won't open up, so.
we start with the budget units?
And I was just going to mention the policy updates. I think the last few years you've just done a consensus direction instead of actually doing a full vote, so.
Consensus given.
Yes,
Okay.
agree. So I'll make a motion to approve budget units, man, I'm having trouble reading these today. 8798 and 8799.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you so much.
Great, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
I think we'll take a 5-minute break.
Oh, there we go. All right, I got it. You should have brought my glasses.
Come back at
A little
10:31.
bit bigger. Is that no coffee in the morning? Can't see.
Your eyes are still moving. I'm gonna have to rush and get more coffee. I got 5 minutes.
back, Sam.
10 and 9, water resources.
Okay, welcome back. Our next item will be treasurer tax collector, and I think we have him via Zoom, Patrick Sullivan.
He told me he was on Zoom.
Is he there?
Good morning. This
Yes.
is Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. Sorry, I'm in a convention hall. I hope you can all hear me.
Thank you for joining us, Patrick.
All right, so I can give kind of a rundown of the news from the department here for the budget. A lot of the issues are those I think that your board's already familiar with. We've been going through a lot of different restructuring. We have been modernizing a lot of our systems over the last year or over the last several months. We're continuing to work on restructuring of our banking programs, continue to develop our investment programs. In the meantime, we're maintaining all of our other regular operations, both on tax and treasury side. Some of the other things we've done recently are the electronic check processing. We've fully implemented that now over the last few weeks. And the next steps over the year to come are to do the lockbox program, which we have previously received the approval from the board. These are all measures meant to increase our efficiency in our office and free up staff time to work on other matters. I would also highlight just that we're making changes to our tax software as well. We've been upgrading the Megabyte system to help with tax sales and to help promote our staff's ability to manage those and streamline a lot of our other operations. So I think that's kind of the gist of it, is that we're continuing to maintain all of our essential daily operations at the same time that we're doing those. We're trying to modernize and upgrade a lot of our different programs. And I would also touch on collections. We're implementing new measures there. We're working through discharges, and that's going to help both in terms of court collections and other county departmental collections as well. Otherwise, I don't believe there are any significant changes to our budget. Most of the contracts that have come forward in the last year relate to those modernization efforts. So I'm happy to take any questions your board has about our budget.
Any questions? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, hi, Patrick. On insurance, public liability, I noticed a substantial increase. Can you explain that?
Yes, that stems out of claims that came from the last tax auction in the prior year. So that caused an enormous increase to our insurance, and I think it's because of the size of the claims involved, because they involve real property. There's a significant amount of money at stake, which triggered the increase in our cost share.
The way that's calculated is 70% exposure, 30% everything else. So 70% exposure means if you have claims, then you're getting a bigger chunk of the amount due. So if it goes up a great deal like this for any department, it's because they have exposure, which means there's been claims.
And I would say that puts us in a difficult position because most of our claims involve real property. They tend to be high dollar values. So when we're running auctions, generally speaking, most claims that we receive that ultimately get filed are going to be for these larger amounts, which is, the way we have it structured, it's always going to drive up our price. Even if the claims are ultimately dropped, usually we're able to resolve them another way. Most of these things are ultimately resolved more in bankruptcy proceedings and other legal venues. So, but in the meantime, they sit, and as Stephen pointed out, they just increase our cost.
Thank you.
So nothing to do with the budget. The budget looks good to me. I do appreciate you not adding any position allocations, but what I do know is that you're doing a whole lot in efficiencies within your department, within the resources that you have. Appreciate the level of communication that has enhanced since you're taking on that department. Just wanted to share my appreciation for the work you're doing and looking forward to passing this one.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, just had a question. I know that a couple years back, we had discussions about point of sales. We usually collect by cash or check. And is this something that's included with the procurement for the electronic check situation, or is that something that's going to be looked at further down the line?
So in terms of for property tax, we have the ability to take electronic check and credit card payments right now.
Okay.
We have that ability in collections as well. But yes, we do ultimately want to get to the point that we have credit card acceptance and e-check countywide. And I've had discussions with the auditor controller about that. And I think that's something I'd like to get into in the next year. Right now, I think my office is pretty much at max capacity with the electronic check processing and the lockbox integration we're going to do. And we want to finish the banking restructuring because we really weren't properly equipped to go for large-scale credit card acceptance until we have essentially reformed our banking. So I think as we finish those projects over the next year, then we'll be able to really dive into that.
Thank you for that. And last question is in regard to payment plans and whatnot for folks that are paying their tax bills. I know that there's an agreement that needs to be paid, and then a percentage that needs to be paid initially, and then throughout the next years or so, or months, and there's an amount that's paid. Is there any restrictions in law that states that you can adjust that to a different format or something along those lines? Or are you looking at that as well, or is that something we can't do anything about?
In terms of payment plans, right now we only have payment plans for folks that are delinquent, and it's really restrictive. And a lot of that comes from the Revenue and Taxation Code at the state level. So we don't have a lot of discretion. It's the state laws that set the rules about, for instance, how many years delinquent someone can be and still be allowed to start a payment plan. We really aren't given a lot of discretion at the county level on these.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the public? Anyone in the Zoom room?
I don't see any Zoom room.
Okay, and I will bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I will motion to approve Budget Unit 1122.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you. Have a great morning.
Okay, next up, we have mental health.
Budget Unit 4014 found on page D233. And Budget Unit 4014 is requesting $23,413,365 in appropriations. So, as the interim behavioral health director, I know the overview of the budget, but I do want to have the presentation given by Elise, the Deputy Director of Behavioral Health Services, and Chrissy Andrus, Program Manager over Fiscal for Behavioral Health. So I will go ahead and turn it over to Elise, but I will be available for questions still.
Thank you, Director or Interim Director Carter. Do you have my slides? I do. Thank you. Okay. Might have to, actually, Chrissy, can I switch you? Sorry, I wasn't thinking that one out.
Elise?
on? Yes, all right. Well, thank you, Chair, Board Chair, Supervisors, to our budget overview. So this will cover the 3 budget units that belong to the Behavioral Health Department, 4014, 15, and 18. And first we'll cover significant changes for the department, and I term these as global changes, meaning that they impact all budget units. So we've talked a lot about CalAIM payment reform and what that means. At a high level, this means that we are switching from billing by service type by provider type. And so there's a huge switch to the way that services are billed, and that is for both the Specialty Mental Health Services program and for our Drug Medi-Cal program. If we were in ODS, it would be the same thing. The rates for Specialty Mental Health Services and Drug Medi-Cal are significantly higher than we've ever seen them before, along with every other county, but I will say it again, Lake County earned or demonstrated the need for the second highest rates in the state, and so we're very well positioned to generate a significant amount of patient revenue. And I want to plant a seed here as we move into our discussion around staffing and allocation requests, that we are gearing up along with all mental health and DMC plans for capitation. So as part of CalAIM payment reform, the first change essentially is the change to how we're billing. And over time, I believe by 2027 or 2028, it's going to move from billing by units to basically how a managed care plan operates, where they say, here's your bucket of funding, do with it as you wish, and you get to draw down that money. And so over the next 5 years of us billing, will determine our capitated ultimate bucket of money that we get to tap into. So it's really critical that we provide as many needed services to our community as we possibly can, so we can demonstrate our increased revenue that will generate our fully capitated rate in 2028. CalAIM payment reform also means that we're no longer going to be held to cost reporting as of the end of this fiscal year. I should note, though, that the state is only caught up to reviewing cost reports 15, 16?
Yeah, currently.
Yeah, so we are current. The state is not as current as us, and so we will continue to have to cost reporting activities for those prior fiscal years up through June 30th, but the whole methodology is changing, where it's no longer about costs incurred. It's actually parity with the medical system, right, which you're used to. You go to the clinic, the provider bills, and that's how it works, instead of looking at costs and trying to reconcile through a very arduous process at year end. And I just stated that. Oh, I guess we thought we were current through 13, 14. Okay. All right. Also, we are moving towards, along with all other mental health and DMC plans, an intergovernmental transfer process and electronic funds transfer, so no more paper. I think that's great news for everybody. The goal of this is to make payment happen faster, that the state is holding on to Medicaid revenue for the least amount of time possible as a pass-through and making sure that it gets to the counties quickly. And we have been working very closely with the Auditor Controller's Office, and I'm really appreciative of their efforts, because this is a joint effort. We have to be in collaboration and alignment with them to operationalize and implement the IGT and EFT process. So thank you to Genevieve and her crew. So essentially, our county federal financial participation, Medicaid is a matching dollars program. Again, we use local county dollars to match Medicaid dollars depending on patient's aid code. So we pull in our FFP, and then patient revenue is returned back to us. We've also embarked on our semi-statewide electronic health record through the California Mental Health Services Authority. We are working along with, I believe, 28 other counties who have joined this new health record. We are a pilot county. We did go live on March 1st. It has not been without a significant amount of challenge, and we are still working through a lot. I would like to note that as of March 1st, the system has not been able to bill. And so we are working very closely. I've actually been in communication with CalAIM HSA this morning about resolving that, because we are presently missing patient revenue from March, April, May, and June. And so that's a really hot item for us that we need to resolve. So, but we do anticipate eventually the system and solution will be functional, and it will offer us a lot more reporting options than had ever been available to us through our previous EHR, which you all are painfully aware of. Oh. Like that thing, okay. All right. So continued significant and global changes. So CalAIM also is part of everything is we're implementing the Behavioral Health Quality Improvement Program. The biggest change that we've implemented so far with regard to the BHQIP, as it's called, is a significant change to the eligibility criteria for specialty mental health services, which I have spoken about. But effective January 1, actually, of this year, the eligibility criteria changed and significantly changed for children. So it used to be that kids had to have signs and symptoms of an emotional disturbance. They had to have some behaviors that were concerning or some symptoms that were concerning in order to have eligibility. Now the law states that simply exposure to adverse childhood experiences because of what we know is enough. When you think about all the kids in Lake County that have exposure to right. So our burden of care has significantly increased, which is appropriate. We want to be able to provide services, especially in a preventative fashion, to ameliorate future severe mental illness. We've also been working on various quality improvement measures. So these are all of the items that are associated with the Behavioral Health Quality Improvement Program. And all of these items are attached to payments, incentive payments. So all counties were eligible for a certain award amount just for opting into the BHQIP. Our award amount initially was $250,000. Since then, we have successfully drawn down, I want to say about $150,000 of incentive payments tied to our successful completion of CalAIM deliverables, such as our efforts to implement payment reform, implement the new eligibility criteria, implementing standardized screening and assessment tools, so every single mental health plan everywhere in California is looking at the same criteria. Revised documentation standards. So one big burden has been for clinicians is that documentation is arduous. And it, honestly, having been a clinician, it gets in the way of client care, truly, because you spend a lot of time on that. And so they've reduced the burden of documentation for those services so clinicians can spend more time providing the services rather than documenting. There is also the implementation of a health information exchange. We did onboard with Sac Valley MedShare, which is an HIE in the Northern California region, and we're working very closely with the CalAIM HSA team and our EHR team to make sure that we have that. That eventually, when we have it full force, will provide us dashboards where we can communicate instantaneously with like hospitals and FQHCs about our patients. So we have one global patient record across multiple levels of services so that we increase our resources. We also are implementing a couple of performance improvement plans along with all other mental health plans. One thing that the California Department of Healthcare Services identified across mental health plans is that the follow-up for people who are seen in the emergency department for a mental health or substance use issue is not that great. We could do better, and so along with every other mental health plan in California, we're implementing a performance improvement plan to shore up the gap to make sure that people don't fall through the cracks and they get the services that we need. The final submission for the Behavioral Health Quality Improvement Program will be this September, and that will conclude the project. And what that means is that essentially we'll have implemented all of our obligation under CalAIM reform. Not to say that more reform won't be coming, but that's pretty much the bulk of work. So we've been very busy the last year and a half working on this. And big shout out to everybody. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears in this project. All right, so I wanted to go over the significant changes for budget unit 4014, which is our mental health program. So last year, our total adopted budget, you can see, was about $21.3 million. Our expenses are projected to close around $19.1 million, and our revenue is anticipated to be about $18.1, and yes, there is a gap there. And we can talk about that a little bit more, and I may defer to Chrissy to get into those details. Presently, we're ending the fiscal year with 91 FTEs, and moving into the next fiscal year, our total proposed budget does go up by a couple $100,000 there, so we're looking at proposing $23 million. We project our expenses to be about $22.3 million and our revenue to sit at about $23 million as well. And we are proposing 15 new positions, and I am very cognizant of Supervisor Spatier's comments and concerns, as well as the board's concerns about the increase of FTEs. But let me say this, moving into capitation, as I stated, our ability to provide services that are reimbursable is going to be critical for setting our rate, not to mention the fact that we have a desperate need in our community. So the biggest increase that you see here is to mental health case managers. And rather than increasing positions for our clinicians and stuff, it's very hard to recruit those. We've had much greater success recruiting case managers who do all kinds of work. And so our goal here is to increase more of the case managers at that lower level, just to get services pushed out into the community and again to be able to bill. So that's the bulk of the positions. We're also looking at adding a staff services manager. The burden there is quite a lot to run both clinics, look out for all of our peer support centers, maintain our fleet, run front desk operations, and also our business software analysts are all under one program, and so it's a really heavy lift and we're needing some more support there. We are hopeful and we're adding 2 clinical specialists. I believe that at least one of these is tied to a grant funding source. And it's escaping me right now. But I know for sure that the analyst is tied to Care Court, and so there were monies that came down to mental health plans to implement Care Court, and as part of that we have proposed an analyst because there are rigorous tracking and reporting requirements associated with the implementation of Care Court, and that is very important. We are also adding 1 peer support specialist position. So that is wrapping up Budget Unit 4014 and the main changes.
We have a question, Supervisor Spatier.
Yeah, that was a little bit new information about the electronic payment issues that you guys are having. I have 2 questions. One is, does that include the New Life scenario that we've been fixing, or since that is dealing with more federal funds, that's a different avenue?
No, because all of our billing runs through our EHR, regardless of program provider, anything like that, it will affect New Life, but New Life isn't special or contributing. New Life is pretty much worked out in the IGT process, and you'll see that we will soon be bringing our contract for the 23-24 fiscal year for New Life. The biggest thing there to overcome was the IGT process and how we were going to, because the tribe is putting up the matching funds and how we were going to work that out. So we have that straightened out. It took a while to figure it out with DHCS. But unfortunately, because again, all billing has to go through our EHR, yeah, they're part of the pot there.
Okay. And the only reason I worry about that one is because it's one of our highest
Correct.
contracts. I think it's up to $10 million, and I believe you've spent probably, or you're looking for a reimbursement for maybe about $3 or $4 million or something
Yeah,
like
that
that.
sounds about right.
And last I checked in, you had only received maybe 200 to 500. That might have changed since the last time, or maybe it's stagnant because of the electronic billing situation. But that's a concern to me in the idea of adding positions when right now you're not getting paid no matter what those positions are. So I guess my request from a personal board position is don't add positions until you resolve this payment issue, because that makes no sense to start hiring people and doing more services. You got to pay those people no matter what, and if you're not getting the reimbursement, then at one point, where's that tipping point where there's not enough liquidity to deal with that? Then my second thing is, you have 14 vacant positions, and you just stated how difficult it is to hire those positions, not all 14 of them, but you were speaking about a specific position, hence the need for case managers. If those positions are difficult to fill, why not transfer those difficult to fill positions into case managers rather than adding 15 on top of the 14 that are currently vacant?
You mean the vacancies that exist, making them a different classification?
Yes.
Point taken. And also your other point about the concern about cash flow and the ability to add new positions, point well taken, and I will discuss that with Stephen. I do want to let your board know, though, we will likely bring forward a resolution to leverage our reserves to make up for some of the shortage, so that we're also working with admin office on that. Because we do see that coming down the line, and we have a meeting set up with Genevieve as well to talk about that, as well as the IG, just tying some things up with IGT. So I appreciate that point very much.
Right.
And I just wanted to add a little bit. This is completely, the funding is there and going to be paid. It's just being delayed. So by the time the September final budget comes around, we should see a lot of that funding already come in. Would you be okay if we just don't hire those new positions until September instead of removing them now, and then as soon as we get the funding, we'll put them right back in September, because those are fillable positions and claimable to the state?
I mean, me personally, I would say until this is resolved, adding any amount of expenses, especially on a salary basis, is concerning to me. Especially, I mean, I'm just going to average it out. It's got to be $1.2 million or something like that to hire all 15 individuals when it comes to salaries and benefits, and that's a lot for us to carry if we're not seeing the spillway being opened for reimbursement. Is there a way to even jump out of the electronic billing?
No.
I mean, it's supposed to be a pilot program, and obviously the pilot program has issues. I'm just nervous because there's a lot of money that flows
You and me
through
both.
that department.
Me too.
Not to interrupt you, I'm super, it's a nerve-wracking situation. Our hope, and the hope is that we receive the reimbursement in time to accrual it all back, but we are contingency planning. And as to your question of whether we can pull out, not at this time, that would be a whole thing. I do have a lot of hope and belief and faith in the team that's implementing it. It's just an incredibly large project.
And I don't mean it feels like maybe I'm jumping in a lane that maybe I'm not supposed to be in. It feels like micromanaging of when you can and can't spend, but we are approving positions, and I feel like those positions, yes, they will be reimbursed, but I want to release those once we know that we're going to have the ability to get reimbursed. So I just kind of want to bring it back to the board level conversation rather than specifics of how and when your department gets to do things.
But it is guaranteed funding that's coming eventually.
I mean,
Yes.
we thought we were guaranteed for March too, but we've lost that guarantee at this moment until further notice.
Well, so what I'll say about prior to the new EHR, our claims, our Medicaid claims denial rate was about 0.5 to 1%, which is extremely good. And so our faith in our claims being processed appropriately, because we have such a good track record, we are very confident in our claims submission process and how we scrub our claims. So it's essentially guaranteed revenue. It's just stuck in the system because we're having an issue submitting those claims to DHCS. DHCS recognizes those. And so we're not the only one. We're one of two other pilot counties, so 3 pilot counties in total. And to my knowledge, none of us have been able to successfully submit claims. Actually, my staff is presently in Sacramento right now in person.
Along with my billing staff.
With Kelly Machese meeting to talk about these things. And so I hope to have an update by the end of this week, but I don't know what kind of an update that will be.
Stephen?
So I do understand and see that perspective. I would be willing from behavioral health to not hire any of these new positions until that spigot has been turned on.
And I would be comfortable with that.
So allocate.
Internally, not hire them until then.
Okay. But does that set you back program-wise?
We aren't any worse off than we are now in terms of our ability to provide services and supports. So from a program implementation, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. It's a matter of a couple of months. We'll be all right.
Okay. Well, I'm okay allocating them if you want to just wait on the hires.
Well, basically internally, theoretically unfund them until the funding source comes in.
Okay. And Supervisor Crandall, you got your pen up?
It was answered. I was just concerned that if we're implementing these positions now, is it helpful so that you can recruit That's what my concern is.
Yes.
Right.
And so I know how hard it is. I don't want to miss an opportunity. These are specialty positions in some instances, so for me, I don't mind moving forward today. I am confident the funding will come through. I know how this type of funding works, and it's it's complicated, but.
Sure is. So interestingly, another aside to this is we always kind of have, it's always a bit interesting at the end of the fiscal year because DHCS actually stops all payments about May. Like they don't process, May 31st, they stop processing. And so we always go dark essentially financially for a couple of months. And then after they close up their fiscal year, then we have a lot of payments rolling back in that we then have to accrue. So this is actually not an unusual situation. It's just a different reason at this point. But we would have had all payments stopping May 31st anyways, until they finish up their fiscal year.
Okay. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate the analysts being dedicated for care court. And can you remind me when all counties go live? I know the first cohort is out there, but isn't the end first part of 2025?
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds right.
So ANALA is good, but very complicated program, probably going to be some level of support in the court itself. That could involve a case manager, that could involve a clinician or some combination. So, and I don't know for a fact, just because I haven't asked before, what coordination is going on between departments on that, because it's not going to be all BH all the time in care court. There's probably going to be some intersection with the sheriff and some other departments. So I appreciate this initial shout out to care court, but I feel like we're on a pretty short leash and a pretty short timeline to full implementation. And I don't know for a fact that we've had a lot of those really granular discussions between departments. So I'm just mentioning that because I am also supportive. I get that there are concerns about the money coming in, but staffing up for some of these new directions we're headed, not just in terms of the analysts, but maybe some other things within the department. Yeah, we got to recruit and fill those positions. So have you, at least in your department, really sliced and diced what the additional overhead is going to be with care court? It's going to be more than an analyst.
Yeah, so I believe at least one of the case managers would be care court dedicated as well. And we are beginning to reach out to have discussions with sheriff, with court judges who may be involved. It's the courts, I believe, were also awarded some funding through care court to implement, and so we still need to work out the policies and procedures, although they're pretty proscribed according to the BHI and Welfare Institution Code. But we're beginning that process and those discussions.
And what's the lead agency for legal? Is it district attorney, county counsel, or some combination thereof?
I believe it would primarily be the district attorney, but I'm not 1,000% sure, and that certainly all of them need to be involved. But not to mention there's care court, and there's also mobile crisis outreach, which is another requirement that we must implement by 2024. So some of these staff are potentially also part of that. So there are a number of new initiatives that is also, as you astutely observed, driving some of the requests for FTEs here to staff up for program.
I will say for care court, we're expecting 2 case managers, 1 supervisor, and the analyst, all for care court. And it's, I believe, before the end of 2024 that we should be moving forward with that.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I think I know the answer, but I just want to ask, new positions, workplace, I know there's still a lot of workforce that's working remotely, just kind of checking in on facility-wise. Are you looking for remote workers? Are you looking for a mixture? Or is there definitely spots in place in the facilities? Or are we going to have to figure things out as we expand?
That's a great question. So the workers who do best remote are analysts in our department. We are transitioning out of remote services for our frontline staff. Out of COVID, we believe in community-based services delivered in person as the best practice. But to the extent that we have space for them, we are working on it like a puzzle. It may become a very great problem for us here in the future if we're awarded funding to revitalize and expand our South Shore Clinic, and that will render it we can't use it for about a year, we think, so that we're going to have to get creative about that. But for now, we do have enough space. We've actually just recently done a lot of reshuffling and moved essentially all of our admin to our Lucerne clinic, because most of our clientele are based out of Clear Lake, and really freed that up for clinicians. And we even have it like rotating schedules where we have hotel offices and people may work remote, so we're doing those kinds of creative things. But yeah, the space issue is an issue. Fortunately, the present designs that we're seeing for expansion, because we are working with Lars, and I want to thank Lars for his efforts and energy on the behavioral health improvement something, but this planning grant that we have some plans drawn up for the renovation that I think is going to add about like 20 more offices. So we have some hopes of expanding that's desperately needed, but right now it's still plug and play and very creative.
As just a quick idea, I do know that the ranch does potentially have some space, and maybe temporarily there could be a collaboration. Just putting it out there.
I can definitely work with,
And it keeps you close to the majority of your clientele.
Crystal.
about Anderson Ranch.
Sure,
We'll
thank
have
you for that.
conversations.
Thanks for the heads up, appreciate it. Okay. Now moving on to Budget Unit 4015, which is Substance Use Disorder Treatment Services. So our proposed budget was $15.1 million. Our expenses were about 4.2, revenue 5.1. And the reason why the budget was so high was completely New Life, because we had a very generous $10 million contract there, which we did not fully expend, but we wanted to be able to if we needed to. So that's why we have that large discrepancy there. 22 permanent positions now moving into 23-24. We're looking at a $14.2 million budget with projected expenses exactly matching that. Our revenue coming in a little bit short, which Chris, unpack that a little bit. We do have okay. We'll have to dip into savings for that? No?
I don't know.
It would be fund balance available carryover.
Yeah, it'd be the carryover.
Can you
the
speak
fund
into the microphone there?
Well, whatever's. It will be the fund balance carryover is the difference. She just didn't. We didn't put in there.
Thank you, my apologies. We are proposing to add 2 new positions, the Substance Abuse Program Coordinator, and that's because of a grant that we have, which is the DUI MAT grant. Really cool program where now we're screening all DUI program participants for opioid issues. Duh. So that's the person that's going to really take the lead on that. And then a peer support specialist, because now in DMC, peer support specialist services are billable. So that's exciting. Any questions about SUDS? Pretty straightforward. Okay, I wanted to also give a quick status of our ARPA projects. So we got 2 ARPA funding sources. One was through our mental health program, and it funded 2 programs. One is general crisis stabilization of about $10,000, and that is funding that goes towards a contract we hold with Redwood Community Services for the Phoenix House, which is a short-term crisis residential stabilization facility in Ukiah, which is a really nice alternative to acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalization. So we're building partnership to have more resources. And then the other one is that we're using, for both SABG and MABG ARPA funds, using those to sustain and implement the electronic health record. So that's what we got going on with ARPA. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Spatier?
So this is more of a whole conversation. Appreciate seeing the 2 new positions for substance use, but also recognize the level of substance use that we have in our community and the need for help. And I know that New Life is part of that solution. Why not more added into the substance use versus into the behavioral health position allocations, or will those behavioral health allocations do work that substance use would do? I just feel like our community really needs help with substance use, and I'm not seeing the same interest and increase coming from the department for increasing substance use disorder services as far as having staff available. Like you said, in person is so much better. I guess it's just a question because I'm concerned that we are attempting to do things. Again, New Life is something that was brought to us and has a great access to a service that people need. But I guess I'm just curious because opioids and overdose, I mean, I think it's pretty much daily that we hear about these things. And it's very sad. And just, I guess, curious as to why 15 on one end and only 2 on the other when the need is so great and so tragic. So I guess I'm asking you, I'm asking the board, I'd love to see more on the substance use side.
I think one of the factors is sustainable growth. Speaking of difficulties recruiting, we probably have more difficulty recruiting for substance use actually than we do for mental health. And so the other aspect of this, and I don't disagree with you at all about how much the need is, I think we're also kind of looking forward very much to the work that's going to be done by the Opioid Settlement Committee, which is still being established, to look at how we can bring those services into county, because it's very expensive to open up MAT. And fortunately, New Life had the backing financially from the tribe to be able to do that, and it's a possibility. I wouldn't say, it'll be up to the committee as to how they want to do that. But it is definitely noted that we are aware that we need to and we want to expand services, and we're hoping to use, again, or the committee's recommendations, some of the opioid settlement funds to expand things like brick and mortar, like if we did open up MAT in county, or even another clinic.
And so I see here that you have 5 vacancies in substance use disorder. Would those be the types of positions that could help in the front line? Because adding positions when you have open positions, it makes no sense to me as well. I'm just kind of trying to see how we can help.
I definitely appreciate that. Yes, those will be frontline people. Absolutely, we need to push out more services, and the same consideration regarding capitated rates and the ability to bill pertains to SUDS. In fact, counties are now beginning to engage with the California Behavioral Health Directors Association and Department of Healthcare Services. In 2028, the goal is that all counties will actually have an integrated mental health and DMC contract, one contract. Presently, we have 2 different requirements. And so as much as they can align the requirements between both plans and decrease the administrative burden, so there's a lot of eyes on integrating the 2 programs because there is so much comorbidity for one.
And so those are unique positions to substance use disorder, or are they spread out across the county with the same classification?
They're specific. But I also wanted to bring up that the positions you're talking about they're hard to fill. They do need to stay that type of position and at the level they are. And if we ever could fill them, yes, they could cover our gap at, let's say, the front area. The positions we're requesting to be put into the budget are much easier to fill and can at least take up some of the slack while we're still trying to fill the positions we really need.
And I don't know how the board feels, but if the positions are unique, classification is unique to substance use disorder services, and we know the issue that we have in our community, I would request that you bring a proposal to our classification and compensation committee, because if we're going to get reimbursed for it, let's help fill those positions because we need the services. We don't need to sit there and watch vacancies happen and stay there. And if it's not going to impact everyone else, then we have an opportunity to make that change and help fill those positions.
Are you already doing that?
Yeah, I'm really excited to hear you say that because that's exactly what we want to do.
We weren't going to bring it
And that's why
up,
we
but that's
can't
the
fill
plan.
those positions.
Yeah, exactly. So
No, I mean, if you're getting paid $17 an hour to save someone's life, what are we doing?
well, you can, McDonald's starts at 20.
And one of Venice Health pays.
Not that they don't deserve 20, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you know, so absolutely.
It's a competition is what it is.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
not a-
so we compete with the private sector. I could go on and on.
I'm sorry to take up so much time. I'd love to see us
Yeah.
do more.
Okay, looks like they're on it. Great. Supervisor Green.
Yeah,
let's do more. Plenty of money coming in, but too many buckets of money. So on the SUDS budget, I see a major increase in the professional and specialized services. So I don't know if that's New Hope or some other thing. And I'm probably going to confuse things horribly. I want to do things more too, and I may be confusing DSS with you guys, but short-term residential treatment programs aren't really a SUDS thing, but can support SUDS issues if you can get people some psychiatric services that just by placement in an STRTP will help with their sobriety. You know, are you so limited in the buckets of money that you can't kill two birds with one funding stone? So I guess my first question is, we went from 1.2 up to $10 million in specialized services. Did you already address that in your presentation?
Yes, that increase was entirely due to the Life Clinic.
Right. And facilities that would, not facilities that the county would run or operate necessarily, but funding supports to encourage, like, you know, going back to care court, we can go to court here, but everything we're going to do with that right now is going to be telemedicine or sending them out of county. So where in SUDS or where in BH can we either talk about clinics that can be county run, or what type of funding partnerships can we make to encourage placement of psychiatric services, STRTPs, things that aren't in our county now. So we're getting a lot of money. How can we wave the money around so that if we can't staff up, if we can't hire people locally to provide these services, what's the master game plan between you guys and DSS? I don't want to put it all on BH, but to bring some service providers to Lake County.
Absolutely, I'd love to talk about that. So just to clarify, STRTP, short-term crisis resident, they're group homes, and so those are for kids. And what we look at with the SUD side is every different level of service is an ASAM level, and it's a number system. So right now we contract with Hilltop Recovery Services for residential treatment services for, excuse me, the non-perinatal population. We also have a contract with Redwood Community Services Tooley House, which is a 3.1 residential placement for pregnant and parenting women. They can also take non-perinatal, but they specialize in perinatal. We also have a contract with Women's Recovery Services in Santa Rosa to provide perinatal residential treatment services. We are currently in negotiations and have an existing contract with Forge Street in Ukiah for withdrawal management services. And gosh, I can't remember if I'm forgetting any of our SUDS providers. So those are all contracted out types of residential placements. We have also worked with Hilltop Recovery in the provision of outpatient-based services, although Hilltop has paused their provision of that because they're doing some structuring and they're building back up as well. One kind of wrench in here, and I don't want to get too technical, so which is hard for me. So when they did the rate analysis, unfortunately, the residential providers for SUDS, it didn't go very well. And the state has came back and said, oops, you know what, guys, we think we missed the mark on that because it's certainly not the level of compensation that we would expect to see, especially given our outpatient rates. So what the state has said is, guess what, we'll allow you to unbundle your rates, which means that you can bill each service residentially separately at the rates that you have. So that is amazing. And that information will be used to generate the final residential rate, which will incentivize, this is what we're talking about, incentivize providers to want to do this work. Because up until this point, you know, at rates that we had, it was very difficult to draw providers in to provide services. But for one example, on the mental health side that we have now, which is going to really be interesting, is our Mental Health Student Services Act grant with Lake County Office of Education. And because of that grant and because of the new rates that we have, I believe that they're able to hire a lot of their staff at 6 figures or better. And we have actually lost at least one staff to them, which who can blame them? But that will happen. So our contracted providers will get these rates and they'll be able to pay their staff a lot more money, and we won't. So that's why the class and comp proposal is so critical, because we will essentially not be able to compete with the private sector. Now, in terms of services being provided, it really doesn't, services are being provided, right? But looking at our county workforce share of the services versus our contracted providers, there's a lot of considerations there. So payment reform is essentially forcing the issue, though, and incentivizing. The whole goal is to incentivize people to provide these services.
Okay. Did we need to, did we do 14, 18, or 40,
Yep,
80?
we did all of them.
We did all three of them. Okay, so let's open it up for public comment. Anyone in the Zoom room?
So not yet.
Okay, and we'll bring it back for action.
And just to check in, was there consensus or not consensus for the, given to Director Carter or Interim Director Carter?
For hiring?
Yeah.
Well, I am concerned about the recruitment process. It seems like it's guaranteed funding. Supervisor Crandall brought up that it does take a long time to recruit, so,
And that's why I was just checking in, because we talked about it, then there
Yeah.
was some.
Well, there were 10. What if we gave them 5?
well, I think we just allocate them all, and it's only a short period of time, and it is going to take a long time to recruit them. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm prepared to move forward with the proposal as is. You know, what it was said was we'd look at the funding as it opens up, we'd have a better report in September, but allow the department to move forward with their proposal that was brought to us today. So those are my thoughts.
Then, Madam Chair, I move to approve 4015, 4014, and 4018.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Okay, so next we will have child support services. So I just want to talk about timing. We do have a hard stop for Vice Chair Simon. We'll try and push through to 1 o'clock and take lunch from 1 to 2. But as a reminder, we only have 2 days scheduled and we're not very far along. So let's try and move through these as efficiently as we can. Okay.
Child support is budget unit 2112, found on page D94, and the requested appropriations for this fiscal year 23-24 are $2,755,854, and I will turn it over to their new department head,
Yes.
Ms. Widener.
Yes, I am the new Director for Child Support Services, Tammy Widener. I brought Cindy Van Lannen, our new Deputy Director. We do the budget together, so if I need her, she's here. Okay, I'm going to start off with an overview of our department. The Department of Child Support Services was created in 1975 under Title 22, Division 13 of the Social Security Act. This was done by Congress to reduce public expenditures on welfare by establishing paternity and obtaining financial support from the person paying support and getting the person receiving support off of financial aid. This is a federally mandated program that is funded 66% by the federal government and 34% by the state. Assembly Bill 1058 is a legislatively mandated program implemented in 1996 to provide a cost-effective, expedited, and accessible process in the court for establishing and enforcing child support orders for cases maintained by local child support agencies. Assembly Bill 1058 also established the Child Support Commissioner position to oversee child support cases. The department is responsible for establishing paternity, child support, and medical support orders, enforcing those orders. As circumstances change, the department also modifies child support orders to get right-sized orders that are enforceable. Our accomplishments in 22-23, we implemented new technology by successfully upgrading our network connection to fiber and provided all of our staff with high-speed scanners for imaging child support documents. Thank you to Cindy. We streamlined our legal processes by successfully implementing DocuSign so our customers can electronically sign documents, and e-filing to electronically file legal documents with the court, which has definitely expedited our process to our customers and getting that turnaround time much shorter. Our goals for 23-24, this is just a few of them. Cindy and I have been working on quite a few other 23-24 goals we're going to be working on. But for now, we're going to try to increase the number of open cases and collections on current support, continue to implement other social media accounts and links to promote our services to the community, Continue to work on staff development and succession training by utilizing multiple free online training platforms and training materials and sites provided by the State Department of Support Services. We're also going to be replacing all our workstations this November. This is no cost to us. It's all provided by the state-funded technology program, so that's good, and Cindy will be in charge of that. We also are going to be implementing new legislation this next spring on the full pass-through for formally assisted cases, which will send the dollars out to the families instead of recoupment on the welfare side of the dollars. So as far as an overview and our goals, that's what we're doing. The budget itself, we don't have any significant changes to the budget this year. With Gail Woodworth's retirement, Cindy and I will be making a slight reorganization change within the department by replacing the staff services manager position with a staff service analyst 1-2 position. So we're not adding any positions, we're just replacing a position. Explanation on our capital assets. We are getting a new network server. Our equipment is old, and it needs to be replaced. And Cindy manages that as well. We are going to request and purchase a new vehicle. We are surplusing our 2002 Ford Windstar because it's really old and the paint is peeled off the roof and is starting to rust. So we need another car.
That's when it starts looking good, though.
Yeah. Yeah. We're available for questions. That's all we have. And I apologize for reading. It's my first time before you, so.
You did great.
You did great. Questions from the board? Okay. Any questions from the public? Anyone in Zoom? I keep opening it even though I'm not logged in.
I wish all mandates were funded like yours
Yes.
are.
Yes. Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, move to approve Budget Unit 2112.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you so
Thank
much. You
you.
did a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, next we have buildings and grounds.
All right, good morning. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. Get up here. Public Services Director, so we have a few budget units to go through. Buildings and grounds was mentioned, and we'll start there. I wanted to say thank you first to a few people, Katie Galvani in my office specifically, along with a few others, Dana, Sheila, and certainly the administrative office, Stephen and Sarah in particular, and Genevieve and her staff. So you guys are great to work with, so thank you very much. What I'll do is just go through in general staffing, revenue, services and supplies, and then a few highlights. Capital projects for most of the various budget units are actually housed in other budget units. So if it pleases the board, we can discuss those when those budget units are taken up. So facilities maintenance, 1671. Also called buildings and grounds. I'll start off by saying, and this is going to be a common theme across the board with all department budget units, is the vacancy rate is 0. So that's a success, and that is current and relatively normal that it's at a 0% vacancy rate. So staffing, we have $978,000, and that is up about $100,000 from last fiscal year. Main thing to comment here is that we are changing, proposing to change janitors from extra help to permanent. So that's one minor change there. Revenue is relatively steady state at about $500,000. The bulk of that comes from facility leases on the courthouse roof, also at Guard Street. Child support was just here. We have about $300,000 that comes from the courts as well for cost sharing on this building. Services and supplies is down slightly, but nothing significant. That's routine operations and maintenance of about $1.1 million. And then the remainder of that to go to 1.8 million is an ARPA project for HVAC, which was referenced earlier, and I think it's worth mentioning that a lot of projects that are capital in nature, you won't see expenses until they hit. So, for example, this project, it has $750,000. We just opened the proposals for the first phase of the design portion of that. So there have been no expenses because we're going through the process of scoping it out, putting out proposals, and moving ahead. Capital projects in this budget unit specifically, we do have a replacement of a work truck. That is to replace an enterprise leased truck. We've identified that work trucks are simply not a good fit for that lease program, so we're stepping away. Certainly maybe some daily use vehicles for other departments, but a construction type vehicle, the heavy use that it gets, turning it back in to the lease program in a certain condition, it limits what we can and can't do to those vehicles. So that's just one lesson learned from the enterprise lease. A variety of accomplishments, a lot of work going into buildings and grounds. I think people understand that. Hopefully you all understand that. Those buildings and grounds workers are amazing. They knock out work order requests in the thousands of numbers, doing HVAC upgrades, roofs, paint projects. This is all in-house work that we're talking about, not contract work. Variety of renovations and remodels at a handful of departments. Generators, and so I want to applaud them for their amazing work. Coming up this coming fiscal year, a few things to highlight. HVAC upgrades will continue, number of improvements, and the capital improvement projects that are in other budget units. I think we'll touch there. So that's a quick overview of facilities maintenance, and I want to just close with, again, other budget units, but the Fund 153 that has the Building and Infrastructure Reserve, certainly that will be solidified more as we progress with the capital improvement plan, so we can tap into those funds. That was the Building and Infrastructure Reserve in 153, so I wanted to highlight that. With that, I'll pause and answer any questions for buildings and grounds.
Questions on buildings and grounds?
I think you guys do a fabulous job.
Great.
All right. Then I will transition to solid waste. This is budget unit 4121. Are you usually doing this? I don't want to steal your thunder. All right, page D, I wrote down the wrong number. I think it's 247. Again, vacancy rate is 0. Staffing is a little under 2 million, which is a relatively steady state. This budget unit houses support staff for the entire department, so we have 7 permanent department support staff, myself, deputies, analysts, accounting technicians, that sort, as well as actual landfill staff of 11 permanent plus extra help staff as we need. Revenue, again, relatively steady state at about 4.8 million. The majority of that comes from landfill disposal fees, 3.5 million, at an estimated 56,000 tons of material coming to the landfill, which is relatively stable, and we certainly want to minimize that. Because that's the right thing to do, aside from what the state mandates us to do. The remainder of the revenue comes from franchise fees, CalRecycle grants, and other miscellaneous funds. Services and supplies, generally for ongoing landfill operations, is about 2.1 million, and that is relatively steady state. It's worth commenting now that you can, between the staffing and the services and supplies, gets us to about 4 million. We're bringing in 800,000 over that. So it begs the question, hey, are we charging more than we should? No, the next phase is, or where that goes is into reserves for capital projects that we need to save for. Expansion is one. Landfill, as has been on the books for a while and will remain there for decades, is an expansion project that is ongoing and will be built in phases. We also have requirements for certain reserves. Closure and post-closure, we have to have money there for potential and future closure. Even if we're not planning to close, which we aren't, we have to have a certain amount of money in reserves for that, as well as environmental liability and unanticipated corrective action for unanticipated circumstances. So that's where that gap in revenue versus operations and staffing comes into play. A few things to just highlight on upcoming goals. Really, it's breaking it up between landfill and integrated waste management. At the landfill, it's the construction of phase 1, which should go out to bid in about a month or two, and then the design of phase 2. So while we're prior to going into construction for phase 1, we'll be going into design for phase 2. Other things to highlight on, aside from the landfill, is beverage recycling centers. There's an issue there that we're actively working on, working with Mendocino County, jumping on a grant that they have to add on, hopefully, add into what the state hasn't been able to do, and that is provide recycling centers. That is a state program that is broken, and they have a lot of money and aren't releasing it, is a simple way to put it. So we're trying to come up with solutions locally for that. So I'll end it there and just be willing to answer any questions.
Great. Questions? Oh, one question.
Just a quick comment. I appreciate the work that you've done for that recycling program. Some of us may have heard already from some of our local grocers that they're receiving letters saying you're going to be in violation or you are in violation. And so I just appreciate the work that's been done, because we're trying to rectify all of that. And everybody's in the same boat. Maybe Lakeport's not quite there, but I think that those letters will be coming soon for those same things. My only question I have is the franchise agreement we have with Waste Solutions, what's the current agreement till?
The current agreement is out until it's into the 2030s. It's a 20-plus year agreement, and it's with both Waste Solutions and South Lake Refuge, which now are owned by overarching one company, Waste Connections. To come back, just for other people who may not be aware, when Supervisor Sabatier references the letters to the grocery stores, that's not coming from the county. It's not us going after them. It's the state notification who runs the CRV, the buyback program, and there's just certain requirements there that it goes. So it's not us going after them. Here we are at the county trying to solve a problem that the state has put in place and can't come up with a solution there. That's the simple way for me to say it.
And a quick summary of what's happening is, if there's no buyback recycling centers, you can have a recycling center, but if it's not a buyback recycling center, the grocery stores, through the new law, are told that they have to collect and do the buyback themselves. And if they don't, then they will get fined $100 a day or something like that. And the grocery stores aren't set up to have that kind of service. Therefore, the conversations that are being had with Director Lars and trying to figure out how to work with our franchise agency to provide those services. So again, appreciate that we're working and trying to figure out how to expand the Mendocino program into Lake County area, and looking forward to making that happen.
Okay, and with some of the quizzical looks, I'd be happy to come back at another time and talk about that in more detail.
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor
Green?
I would like consensus to bring it back. This is a big thing. I'm glad that you're being proactive and working with Mendocino County, but there is a greater lift that actually, the way the CRV law is intended to work, does place a burden on large sellers of recyclable materials. So trying to navigate that, I guess, could be conceivably difficult for some of our large grocers, but they've done it before, because I've seen those recycling centers before, and then they shut down. So I would definitely appreciate bringing a larger presentation at some future date.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay, so parks budget. Yeah, we'll cover a couple of budget units here. This starts on page 296. Again, vacancy, I hate to be a broken record, but vacancy rate is 0. Staffing, 1.1 million. That is up just a little bit from last fiscal year, 1.0 million. And we are adding one staff there, one permanent staff, one parks maintenance worker. And the driver for that is additional parks that we anticipate, along with just the expectation of well-maintained parks. Department generated revenue. This is largely a general fund budget unit, but revenue external, a little over about $4.5 million, which is a pretty significant increase. The bulk of that comes from park grants, so we've been pretty successful. We have about $4 million in grants this year. We also get about $313,000 from telecommunications leases on Mount Konocti. We also have TOT and geothermal to touch on that, which isn't, that revenue is counted externally, but it does come into the budget unit. Services and supplies is relatively steady state, just for operations and maintenance. Capital projects, these are actually housed in 7011, the bulk of these, not all of them, but we can talk about these as you see fit. But to touch on them, Cobb Area Community Park, trails and planning and acquisition. Lakeside Regional Park Improvements, that's a grant. We have the Clean California Parks Beautification Project, that's also a grant. Hammond Park Improvements, that's a new grant that we haven't come to the board to talk about, so it's a celebration of about $2.3 million grant that we received from the state through the Prop 68 statewide park improvement program. The second round of, the most recent second round of that. Kelseyville Community Park Fitness Court will be installed very soon. Also included on the capital list is Mary Down Cabin Historic Restoration. That's on Mount Konocti Park, so the request for that. Not included in the budget, but I hope that it can be, and I think we coordinated with admin on this. It's a capital project that was on last year, and I hope to add in $100,000 for Upper Lake Park improvements. That project is underway. It's this fiscal year. It is underway. Material has been ordered, and work is about to start. So that is a minor change that I would request. So maybe I can pause at this point.
I was going to say, since you brought that up at this point, yes, this is the first request for an adjustment to the recommended budget, where in account 6312, a capital asset in budget unit 7011, add $100,000 for Upper Lake Community Park improvement. It is part of carryover. It was budgeted last year. It was scheduled to go forward in September, but since it's already underway, it needs to be in for July 1.
All right, moving ahead, we can certainly answer any questions at the end of this. It's a good point to, a good stopping point to remind about the need for the specific capital reserve fund. I did hear during the opening comments from Stephen about the pension fund potentially being used for that, so I'm encouraged at that, because that would allow for a specific reserve fund for parks, which we don't currently have. We go year to year, and it becomes a bit of a challenge. The capital improvement plan that will be a part of the Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan will certainly feed into that and help, I should say, help inform that fund. A few other assets on capital, utility trailer and a riding mower and a replacement office trailer at the Upper Lake Parks shop, just the shop. Other budget units house other projects, again, which we'll talk about that during budget unit 1781 and 7201, which is 7201 is the museum, so I'll go into that here in a minute. But Lucerne Harbor dredging, and I'm certain there are questions. If we can come to those during that budget unit, I'd appreciate it. So I will stop there, and because there are many things that we're doing, a lot of which have already been covered by talking about the capital projects and the work underway. So I'll stop now and be happy to answer any questions specific to 7011. And actually, it may be beneficial if I maybe wrap up with two other budget units. 7073, they're parks related. 7073 is Quimby. These are funds placed in reserves for subdivisions, essentially. There are certain subdivisions that trigger the need for development fees, park improvement fees. This is the location where those funds are housed. Typically, it's only about $7,000 a year. Last year, we actually, or this current fiscal year, just to point out, we did receive a pretty large chunk from the Collier Avenue project. So we have $135,000 that was received for that project that will go towards Hammond Avenue, which is quite literally a stone's throw from that development. So The next budget unit and the last one in Parks is a new budget unit, at least a new one for presenting for budget purposes, and that is 7074 John T. Klaus Park. That's a specific fund that was set aside as required by the trust, where the county received the funds and the property for John T. Klaus Park. We've received about $1.4 million to date, and that's what's shown in the budget. So we have the budget set up. We have the legal property transfer that's still in progress, and I appreciate Lloyd and his staff that are working through that, challenging process. But essentially, I think that the deed should be recorded relatively soon, is what I understand, and we should be receiving another chunk of money for a property that was sold from the trust, not a park property, but a property in another county. So that will simply add on to that 1.4 million. So we'll have the deed recorded, property will be in our hands, we'll have the money, and we can start in on some significant work there, which would be starting with some grounds cleanup at the property, which has there's quite a lot out there to do, and then starting in on an interim use plan to allow for public use at the park, and then the development of a long-term master plan to guide the long-term use of that facility. Staffing is also worth pointing out. We have in the budget we have money for staffing, but we're putting that in as a placeholder. We need to determine what is that interim use plan and the long-term plan. So that wraps up those three budget units for Parks.
Okay, any questions on Parks?
And I know that you said if we can wait till the budget unit to talk about some of the other projects, I'll wait when it comes to the harbor. So
Okay,
that way
great.
we can move through.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just on an aside, I'll speak to you about the Quimby District too, because I'm lost as to what or where that would be used.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just wondering if it's money locked up in a place that will never get utilized, but that's a separate conversation. Just wanted to at least put out there for reserves, however we can get $1 million set aside into a parks reserve. It'll show the seriousness of what we're doing in the countywide JPA, that we're ready with some money to help fund some of these things, however that goes and however that moves forward. But I just think it's something that I'm hoping in September, and if not possible in September, maybe in February. We talked about that last year, but it never came to fruition, and we never were able to put some money to the side. And I'd really like to see us making that happen. I am going to quote Mike
Shellito.
Parks are economic development, and we need to make sure that we constantly have funding available to make those things happen, because it makes it attractive for people to want to stay and for people to move into.
I appreciate that, you validating the quote, and Stephen and I have been talking about the amount going in there would be a lot of it dependent upon between now and final. So I'm overstepping my bounds and certainly my knowledge. So Stephen, maybe you can touch on that.
It all depends on the fund balance available. True number that we get from the auditor's office near the end of August of what the actual FBA will be for that fiscal year 23-24, and what room we have to either do projects of all sizes and or reserves like the park reserves or reserves for an accounting system.
Yeah. And
should all be on the table at this point.
Great, but I do appreciate hearing about the money specifically for the recreation agency as a it's not a donation, but money that would go towards significant improvements for recreation facilities in the county, regardless of the jurisdiction in which that facility stands or sits. And we're talking about more than just two. Whether there's a conversation to expand that, and I think there's some merit to that. Coming back very quickly to the Quimby fees, those are the funds were established. We broke them up by district simply so that we can try to spend the money in the region where the development occurred. Historically, Quimby fees, regardless of where the development occurred in the county, was put in one pot, and Quimby fees were used for park improvements countywide. About 6 or 7 years ago when I started, we attempted to identify where were the funds generated, and so we selected by supervisory district to be the way in which we broke it down. So rather than subdivision in Middletown and putting those funds towards a park in Upper Lake, for example, or vice versa. You know, we wanted to spend it where the need would have been generated. So that's the basis for that. Any other questions on parks? All right. Let's see. Lastly is museums. So again, museums is a budget, 2 budget units, 7201, 7202 on budget manual page D304. 0% vacancy. This one has 1 3/4 permanent positions. It's a permanent full-time curator and a 3/4 time assistant curator, along with 9, give or take 9 extra help staff and a number of volunteers on the nonprofit side. So staffing is, for the entirety of all of that, the extra help and the permanent staff, 300,000. That is up a bit, but that's in line with just standard increases for salaries. Services and supplies is up a good amount, which I appreciate. We're up to 189,000, up from about 117,000, and the bulk of that is marketing and economic development, coming from budget unit 1892. And so that will go towards a variety of things, just highlighting them here, and a lot of it is still in the works, but virtual exhibit improvements, enhanced out-of-area marketing, gallery improvements, and increased public activities at the museums. Capital, on the capital side, there is a $140,000 request for funding towards the Lake Como family sculpture here in the Courthouse Museum. We currently have about $60,000 in donations. Those are donations specifically for that project, so this request would help fully fund that project. And I will say that we currently have 2 separate grant applications in that we hope to fund that if this is approved by your board and those grants are approved, then it would free up that money. A few accomplishments this year. You know, the museum staff is small but mighty. They've 4 new exhibits. They did receive a state grant for improvements at Courthouse Museum for a gallery in there, and that was in coordination with all the Lake County tribal nations. They'll be working on the Pomo gallery in the museum. So moving on to budget unit 7202. That is a museum improvement fund, so it's a repository for donations. Currently, we have about $75,000 in reserves. I mentioned earlier, $60,000 is specifically set aside for the Lake Como family sculpture, and the other $15,000 are donations that were intended for general exhibit improvements. So we hold those until we need to tap into them. So that closes out museums.
Any questions on museums?
Just very happy to see the recommended funding for the sculpture. I think that's an important project, and I'd be glad to see that move forward.
Okay, anyone in the Zoom room
I don't
have questions on any of the budget units presented by Public Services? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, move to approve 1671, 4121, 7011, 7073, 7074, 7201, and 7202 as with the amendment to the capital asset list, I believe it was.
Budget Unit 7011, capital asset account 6312 for $100,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right.
Thank you, Lars.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Register of Voters.
Could we take a break?
Yes, we'll take a 5-minute break, come back at 12:02.
Just kidding.
Sorry. 1451, Registrar of Voters.
Good afternoon now, Chair Pyska and Board. My name is Maria Valadez, Registrar of Voters, and I'd like to first thank Admin Stephen and Sarah for assisting with my budget, as well as my staff, Lourdes and Savannah, for assisting with putting together the budget with me. The Registrar of Voters Office conducts all federal, state, county, municipal, and local district elections in Lake County while following strict state and federal regulations. Our department is responsible for components of election administration and management, including but not limited to voter registration, poll worker recruitment and training, securing polling places locations which meet accessibility requirements, our ballot creation or voting system security, ballot processing, tallying, candidate services, which include the candidate and campaign finance filings, signature verification on all statewide initiatives and petitions, and we're working on promoting more voter education and community outreach. There are 2 scheduled elections this fiscal year. The November 2023 general district election, which focuses solely on Scotts Valley Water Conservation District, filling those candidate filings, and of course the March 2024 presidential primary election. Our budget has 4 full-time and permanent employees, or 4.5 permanent time employees, and we're asking that our half-time position be increased to full-time. During peak elections, it is necessary to hire several extra help employees. We always hire about 7 to 10 extra help employees during the season. We must keep current on all applicable state, federal, and local ordinance, laws, rules, regulations, and legislation governing the conduct of our elections, filing of petitions, and the registration of voters. Our budget is primarily funded by general fund with very limited reimbursements from the state, and since there's no districts on the ballot other than just the filing for the November, we will not be seeing reimbursement from those districts. The reasons for some of our increases is we're requesting that the increase the half-time to the full-time position, and the salary is obviously due to the survey study implementation. There's additional costs associated with requirements for presidential primary, so we have to do extra mailings for that. And as I stated, there's a decrease in revenue just because there are no districts that will be on the ballot, at least none that I'm aware of now. We feel it's necessary that our half-time election specialists be promoted to a full-time position to cover various complex tasks that go beyond the half-time work week schedule, and in order to meet many of our mandates. As you're all aware, voting by mail has increased significantly in recent years, and we're now having to wait for ballots to come up to 7 days after election. We recently, one of our extra help employees had been with us for a lot of years recently moved out of state, so we'll have to fill that position. We ask a lot of our workers, both permanent and extra help, because we're required to work very long hours, evenings, weekends, and holidays, and I want to thank them for being able to continue doing that with us. By the time one election cycle is almost complete, we're working on the next election cycle. Currently, we're working on preparing calendars for the November and the March election. Accomplishments in 2022, 23, just it's always an accomplishment when we can conduct a successful election, all while, verifying signatures on statewide initiatives and petitions that come our way. Our staff all attended our local organization's election administration classes, and we all were certified with that. We started attending public events to encourage voter registration and provide voter information. We attended both Yuba and Mendel College, their registration dates, and had a booth there. Currently, we're attending on Tuesdays to the, what's it called, the one at the park, Farmers Market, sorry. And as I said, we're preparing for the November 2023 and March 2024. Even though the November 2023 is a small election, we still have to prepare for candidate filing. Staff is also finishing up our office procedures this fiscal year, so I'm very happy with that. They hadn't been updated for a while, so anybody that comes in would be able to, work on a office project with the help of those procedures. Our goals is, like I said, is to try to encourage more voter participation through voter education and outreach. So we're looking at trying to probably in this next school year reach out to the high schools and try to see if they'll allow us to come and speak to the senior classes. Always continuing to conducting fair, transparent, and impartial elections, providing effective customer service and public communications on voting and election procedures, and attending any courses and utilizing any materials and resources offered by the state, our association, or any other meetings to help us with promoting our department for better training. And of course, the main goal is to conduct a successful presidential primary election. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, totally support the idea of going to full-time for that fifth worker. I'm just looking at the permanent wages and extra help wages and the adjustments made by admin. And I just want to make sure that's adequate to cover that extra half, because I think I only see it went up like 30K or something like that. So I'm just, maybe it's because it's split across the non-wage benefits and the wages themselves. But question for Stephen then, are the adjustments on the permanent and extra help wages that admin did on this is designed to accommodate the increase from a half-time to a full-time, and then but extra help didn't go down at all? Okay. All right, as long as you're all cool on that. I just didn't quite connect the dots on that.
Okay, do we have any public comment? Anybody in Zoom? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Nothing else. I'll move to approve budget unit 1451 for the registrar of voters.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to community development.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mireya Turner, Director of Community Development, and I have with me Gloria Okay. My totally valued fiscal person. Sorry. Okay. Community development consists of 3 divisions: building and safety, code enforcement, and planning. Each of these divisions are essential for economic development for both residential and commercial within the county. The vision of our department is a unified vision of providing superior public service by prioritizing 3 things: staff retention, professional development, and building fiscal sustainability for planning and code enforcement. As the board is well aware, we have historically been very dependent on the general fund to fund both of these, and that has led to a little bit to to a lack of stability within the code enforcement division, as either the grants come and go or the general fund support swells and ebbs. And so a number of the changes that you may see in our budget all go to support those three priorities. I would also like to extend our thanks to Gloria for using probably multiple erasers on her pencil as we all sort of work together through this budget, as well as the management staff that I have upstairs, Bill Collins and Marcus Beltramo, and particularly from administrative office, Christine Hutt, whose advice is always incisive and very, very helpful. If we could go ahead and, if I could address, well, I'll go start through the budgets. 2602, this is our building and building and safety budget. A few highlights that are consistent with our top priorities that I just wanted to bring to the attention of the board and the public. Is the enhanced skills that they focused on this past year, with the building staff, all the way from our front counter staff, our technicians, all the way up through our chief building official, have been working on certifications either through the International Construction Council or the CASP program. So we're building a better educated and knowledgeable team to not only assess applications as they come in, but to process the plans as they get plan checked, and then to identify the building compliance with all of our number of building and safety laws and rules out in the field. The division has also created a QR code, which is available to our developers. They can use it to request scheduling inspections. And there is also newly a page up now where if you did request an inspection, you can go and take a look and see where you are on the list for that day. We have it divided between our two inspectors, and it also goes in order. And so people can take a look and find it by budget number and see where they are on the schedule that day. I want to make sure I don't forget anything. That does it. A couple changes in our staffing. We did create a position for sort of a supervising technician, and this role is very helpful in supporting the chief building official in that the person in this position is very knowledgeable and experienced in technician and building technician skills, and also helps to oversee some of the staffing coordination like breaks and things. We have 5 windows upstairs, 2 for building, 3 for building and 2 for planning. And so making sure that the counter is covered is part of providing the superior public service. And so she really helps a lot with that. Additionally, in the future, we will fund the deputy chief building official, and that is to help bring alongside staff resources that'll help with this department that is extremely busy. They issued more than, they performed more than 4,000 inspections last year and issued over 1,600 building permits. So they're always on the go. I am ready for any questions you have for building and safety. If not, I'll move on to code enforcement.
Is the deputy going to be funded under this budget unit?
The deputy chief building official.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to get to the other one.
Okay. Any questions? All right, let's move on.
Code enforcement. Code enforcement consists of a code enforcement manager, code enforcement supervisor, and 5 officers, and a technician. This staff has achieved certifications through CASIO, which is the California Code Enforcement Officers Association. A couple highlights from last year. They cleaned up 90,833 pounds of debris, eradicated 25,000 pounds of illegal cannabis, and abated 54 unpermitted cannabis grows. So within our 5 code enforcement officers, we do have 2 that are dedicated to the Roadmap Task Force, 2 that are dedicated to cannabis, and we have 1 general position. A few things we're looking forward to is hiring a third-party administrator for collections of fines, and to further explore grant options to promote fiscal sustainability of this division. We were very excited that the board approved at their last meeting the acceptance of a $2.9 million illegal cannabis mitigation grant. So thank you very much. That is going to fund 2 positions for the next few years, as well as enhancing the tools that these code enforcement officers have available to them out in the field. We have frozen 1 code enforcement officer position. This is because we are focusing on staff retention and fiscal sustainability in light of a couple of our grants ending at the end of this next fiscal year, which would be Roadmap Task Force and our nuisance abatement funding. So in light of that, we thought we would be diligent and conservative and not bring on 1 more code enforcement officer as we continue to build up the revenue for that division. Questions on code enforcement?
Questions on code enforcement? Supervisor Crandall?
Just real quick, I see the staff trainings on code procedures and safety. Sorry. My question was about the training, basically, and I'm glad that they're taking as much training as needed. Is there any look for the other side of things, like let me see what I have written here. Let me see, sorry. Management, supervisorial, or cultural sensitivity training. The reason I bring that up is staff retention, you mentioned, is important, and also working with the community in general at large when they go to sites. I think it might help. I know it's probably a lot more time spent training, but at the same time, I think it will help, especially with retention.
Thank you. We do actually have 2 positions scheduled for supervisorial training coming up. Cultural sensitivity is not on my radar, but it's a great idea. So we can definitely look for those opportunities. One of the things that's great about the code enforcement officers that we have right now is their approach generally in the community. When we first make contact with residents where we have complaints, the priority is to come alongside our property owners and our residents to help them understand the issues and help them or encourage them to self-abate. And so it does result in a large volume of our permits actually self-abating, or a large number of our cases self-abating, rather than us having to take the additional time to follow up with actual abatement. And so I know that that specialized training for cultural sensitivity will be something that they'll welcome.
A lot of good work done already. I'm just highlighting that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, a couple things. So I see you want to staff up so you can do some stuff on fine collection, but I see goose eggs budgeted for any fines you might collect. So is that, those zeros reflect that you haven't been able to collect any fines up to that, and we would wait to a future budget year to budget for any fines collected?
Thank you. Actually, we're not intending to staff up as far as permanent positions for that. We're working with county council on an agreement for outsourcing.
Okay. Second thing, I appreciate having kind of a nuanced approach on abatement of illegal cannabis. Of course, we do have a personal cultivation ordinance, and some people tend to illegal is illegal, but some people are illegal in terms of their personal cultivation. Others are flaunting it on a much bigger scale and trying to do commercial things. So, and prevention is the best cure, right? So is there any way to budget for or program for public outreach so that we can educate our personal cultivators what the code is, such that through that public outreach, we may reduce the number of calls so code enforcement doesn't even have to go out to nudge them to self-abate. For example, we just went over hoop houses and all that under our personal cultivation. Any hoop house is going to be a red flag. And I guarantee after years of dealing with various populations, nobody's going out to dig into the weeds of our personal cultivation ordinance. So I totally appreciate this as presented. And I don't know that a line item needs to be added for public outreach and education. I just want to highlight if it's possible under this budget, or if for a future budget round, you might actually do some line item budgeting for that.
Sure. I think it wouldn't be a challenge. We could definitely take on maybe development of some handouts or things to have available that would be easy for the code enforcement officers to carry with them. Additionally, as Gloria was pointing out, part of the Cohort 3 $2.9 million grant, it does a lot, 500,000, hundreds of thousands of dollars that are going to go to LCOE. The purpose of that is for direct outreach to students who have been referred by the probation department as having issues with cannabis, either cannabis usage or the cannabis industry itself. They come alongside those students to help teach them a number of life skills so that they can get clear of that as well. So, but I will definitely make note of easy to understand outreach.
Thank you.
So I think a handout's fine. I don't know that we need a special line item for that. But looking at the board for consensus. Go ahead, Supervisor Spatier.
So now I have two things, but one is just, I think, code enforcement approaching anybody is part of the education, right? Hey, your fence doesn't look right. Hey, your property isn't built properly, or something like that. It's not supposed to be a confrontational situation. If there's no self-abatement, at that point we have to elevate. But I think part of just doing any kind of code enforcement is just, it's always education as far as I'm concerned. So I see it as that's always the opportunity we just can't miss, is to make sure to give them the rules and the regulations rather than just wag a finger and tell them it's wrong. So I agree that if it's possible to do a pamphlet, but to actually do specific outreach, people know where to find you. People should be looking for you. If they're not, then they'll have to get that education through the code enforcement interaction. I just want to ask if you feel somewhat handcuffed on the task force, in the sense that if there's not as much to deal with within the task force footprint, that you have the flexibility to maybe move a code enforcement officer outside of the task force? Because I heard 2 for cannabis, 2 for the task force, and 1 for general. That's a lot in the general for one individual. We've been doing the the roadmap task force for not a while, but it's been active for at least a year, year and a half. I know that we saw a great presentation of some of the work that's been accomplished. If there's a reduced need, do you have that flexibility, or do we have to give you that flexibility?
I believe we do have that flexibility. Our code enforcement manager is actually attending on Zoom and can jump in if I make any mistakes. But when the need is urgent, we do actually route them elsewhere as well. In fact, I think they have been very helpful recently touring Double Eagle. And that was a combination of our cannabis as well as planning staff, as well as our other ones too. So yes, we have been very pleased with the effect that the roadmap task force focus has had on that particular neighborhood. And in fact, the benefits we've also seen have also sort of branched out into nearby neighborhoods as well.
Awesome. And I see that you and I went back and forth a couple of times on email. You say frozen, but the way that I see it is you've lost a position that has been allocated to code enforcement. So you went from 9 to 8 total. So I don't mind doing that for the fact that you only have 7 of the 9 anyways currently staffed, so that brings you to 7 out of the 8. But I hope that with the fines that will soon start to incur, that we can utilize those funds to bring back, because even now with the, I love how we've staffed up, but we need code enforcement in every district to the maximum possible so that we can make sure that we clean up our communities. So I appreciate the task force and being focused, but I worry about the one in general, and I want to make sure we keep adding.
I do appreciate that focus. Right now, we're sort of hunkered down to retain the staff that we do have as we're going through the changes in our revenue sources. I will have no problem coming to admin and then to come to the board to ask for additional staff resources as we feel that we can support them. I totally agree. I think the only thing better than 5 code enforcement officers would probably be 9 or 10 code enforcement officers.
And if I can just follow up for my own education, how long is the roadmap task force original vision being? Because you're right, I don't want them locked into that either, but I'm curious as a board member outside that area, how long I'm going to be locked into not bringing a request forward.
I believe it was a matter of funding more so than a specific timeline. And then we've already discussed it in the idea of how can we continue and expand, and that's a further conversation to have.
We do have a follow-up update coming to the board regarding the roadmap task force as that 2-year initial period closes up, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion with the board to see, now that or that we'll be able to show you the effect that was achieved through your dedication of these 2 years, or this funding, both for Sheriff's Office and Code. Now you know what we can do. I'm hoping that perhaps we'll have rotating roadmap task force, or we'll focus on another area. Anyway, but I'll save that for a different day.
Yeah, no, I like the fact that with this pilot, we're able to determine the effects of the roadmap task force. And then I just appreciate what you said about, obtaining 5 code enforcement officers, but also having 9 would be more ideal. And the reason I say that is because we mentioned in the last subject matter for budgets was like parks for economic development, but without code enforcement officers, that's, I feel, more as important when it comes to economic development. And so any resources that we can give, in my opinion, to code enforcement is very important. And that's why I also highlighted the training, because if we can retain them, it just works 2 to 3 to 10 times fold. I think if we can ensure that people are being held accountable for their dumping, for all of the code violations, et cetera. And so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
And it will be interesting to see how the collection of the administrative fines works out and how that can support this program.
Yes.
Vice Chair Simon.
Just one final comment. Obviously, enhancing the code enforcement is always something we just need to be doing. We're all constantly getting the calls, but I know we've talked about trash, we've talked about the blight, everything, but also our vegetation abatement ordinance as we're moving forward with the, risk reduction authority and our communities, our Firewise communities. I know they're always looking to make sure that letters are going out to bad actors, at least who aren't cutting their grass, aren't doing the things that they need to do under the vegetation abatement ordinance. So on top of everything else, it's a very important issue here because we know the damage and the destruction it can do. We've got that vegetation abatement ordinance, and we're hoping that the fines will just continue that growth. So I think I've heard it from everybody at this board. Building up that, the code enforcement officers is always going to be a goal of ours as we move through budgeting. And ultimately, the task force, for me, when supporting that is all that does is just put a focus on each one of our conversations from an overall budget for both the Sheriff Department, code enforcement, how important it is to build that workforce for the entire county, because it affects all of us. And, you know, when that report comes back, it's going to be very eye-opening on where we need to focus our budget conversations for those departments to just continue building on that. So I'm excited to see that kind of pilot program be moved all around. But supporting code enforcement is huge for all the issues we're dealing with.
And we have code enforcement cases all over the county.
Yep.
Some of them are simple, and others are very, very complex. Like right now, we're trying to figure out a policy for what happens. Usually we go and we'll abate trash. We got that down. But it's a whole different ballgame when you're going to abate somebody's RV that they're living in, or somebody's personal property. That's a lot more complex because they have their rights to their property. And so we're sort of navigating through that as well. So having the additional staff resources would be helpful, not only because we'd have more boots on the ground, but additionally we'd have more processing internally of keeping these cases moving forward.
I'm going to ask to have a conversation between behavioral health and code enforcement when it comes to RVs and people living in it, just because there could be opportunities where it's more of a directing where to go. There's a lot of field space within the old juvenile hall. If we can look at a way to convert, I don't know. There's opportunities, I think, and if we don't have those conversations, then we're not helping our homeless situation by saying, sorry, but your RV needs to go, you can go somewhere else. It's one of those conversations I haven't had yet, but I think that we should see what's available for us.
We would appreciate those conversations. We do rely and do appreciate the support that we get from social services staff as well as behavioral health staff, because frequently when we are visiting these homeless encampments to clean them up, you know, we need to bring the services to be offered to these people at the same time, or the public guardian or adult protective services, things like that. Our code enforcement officers are encountering all kinds of needs as they're responding to complaints. And so we you know, we're not a county that's just like, hey, just drive over to that county, you know? We're bringing our resources to meet these needs. And so ongoing dialogue on how we can improve that support structure is a great idea. Thank you.
I hope no county does that.
Well,
I know.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll bring it back to what I'm supposed to be talking about.
Let's bring it back. Any further questions on code enforcement? If not, we'll move on to nuisance abatement.
Nuisance abatement, okay. Actually, I have nothing further to add for nuisance abatement because I was talking pretty much about both of them when I was discussing code.
Supervisor Spatier.
I was waiting for nuisance abatement. So you and I, again, had some emails back and forth about the abatement. Last year, we had set $200,000 for abatement. This year, it's down to $100,000. So my request from you was, how much have we spent of the $200,000? Is that decrease going to show a decrease in effectiveness of code enforcement efforts this year? Or if we only spent $90,000, then it would be a repeat of what we did this year? And I apologize if my original question was not as clear where you requested clarification.
Okay. We figured it out. We did have, so in nuisance abatement, we've got illegal dumping. We have also nuisance abatement, and then we have AVA, the abandoned vehicle, whatever starts with A. And I think that we did do a little bit of budget transferring around to meet needs where they were. We had contracts that are getting used, but I also think I would attribute the balances that are still available, not having gotten spent this year, to just limited staff resources to be able to, you know, we can go out and tag a ton of cars, and then, but we still have to process them all through the AVA. So I think that as our staff resources sort of build up in experience and efficiency, we're going to be able to do more. But we still only have so many code enforcement officers that are out there on the ground being able to tag and abate things at a time. So I think that you'll see, I think next year we'll be fine. But as we develop a more robust division, you're going to see that change as well.
And I know that everything is differently priced out as far as what the abatement looks like. I guess I'll just finish with reminding you that there is funding within the cannabis tax dedicated to environmental health, and code enforcement or abatement is on there. There is funding in there. I think last I checked, there was $460,000 in that bucket or something around that. And just if there's a need, there's always the ability to come by and request for that if you do run out. I just want to make sure you always have something available to you. I don't want to see less abatement. I want to see continued momentum and whatnot. So that's why I wanted to bring it up. So thank you.
Thank you. Occasionally, we also, oh, I can hear clicking.
I can hear clicking.
We have also worked with water resources on a couple of abatements, like an RV that gets stuck in a creek. And so these things are very challenging. Yeah, and so we've also been able to use other departments' funding as we team up with them for these unique events.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick, just important to follow SB 620. It has to do with private property and nuisance abatements as well, and it's sponsored by McGuire.
Giving us more or less capabilities?
Better capabilities, yes.
SB 620?
Yes.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Planning.
I'm sorry, I had a comment on this. I concur with the thought, we want to have funds available. If you get to the point where it's time to rock and roll, it shouldn't be bringing in the accounts to do a budget shuffle. So this seemed light to me going in, if only because I have one property that could get pretty cray-cray. You're right, not all cleanups are created equal, and there's a big difference between a vehicle abatement and a property abatement that has many moving pieces on it. I forget, Mr. Carter, did you have any input on cannabis funding that could be used to supplement this?
This has, in the history, been general fund putting funds in here, and yeah, there's more than 400,000 available within that pot because we didn't use any of the cannabis for salaries last year or this year. It's a pretty good pot, which you'll find out tomorrow night.
Okay.
My suggestion, if there's consensus, is like I would grab 100K out of that pot and put it in here in a minute, if there's consensus to at least explore that possibility.
I think we'll wait and see if there's a need.
As long as you know it's available is what matters, and if you run out, obviously there's a consensus that we want to see you having access to those funds.
There's actually 433,000 in Fund 188, which is 2604. So there is more available to budget that's already general fund there.
Good.
Okay.
How often does that get discussed? Like, this is awesome. You can have more money. Thank you. Planning. Going back to okay. This past year, planning took in 434 planning permit applications. We enriched the knowledge of our team in CEQA, so the California Environmental Quality Act, emergency management, planning in the wildlife urban interface, and legislative updates, among others. This is the first year, this past year, that the cannabis permits have all received the annual compliance monitoring. It was ramping up for a number of years, but we're really proud that this is the first year that we got everybody. And so we're already planning and sketching out our schedule for completing all of them again this year. The division created the opt-out and reduced canopy process or notifications, and that assisted our staff in that we were able to use the satellite imagery called Planet to check on the cultivation permits that opted out, or we actually measured the reduced canopy, but it saved hours and hours and hours of staff time driving to remote areas of the county. We're very proud of that. We are looking forward to launching our 5-year plan for the general plan and associated document updates. The RFP is currently out right now. It should be, the deadline is July 5th. And yep, yeah, that was bad. And we anticipate coming to the board for awarding a contract in August. Yes. Super excited. And additionally, very thankful that the board has allocated $1 million in ARPA funds. We will have no problem getting these encumbered in a timely manner as soon as we are able to secure a responsive candidate for that proposal. I put developing a grants program in planning just to discuss in a little more detail, although the funding is kind of broken up. And so the grants program, as I see it, is going to take probably a good 2 to 3 years to ramp up. So far, the current staff services analyst, which I think is actually funded through building, we're going to allocate 50% of her time to support grant management. Additionally, the new deputy administrator that starts on the 24th has great experience in grants, and so she'll be the one leading the team. We have frozen a number of unfilled positions in planning because I am asking for a new position that would be a grants writer and grants manager. At the level that of the funding and classification that we were able to secure, I'm expecting that we'll be able to get someone who is at a beginning stage. And so the experience of the deputy administrator and the extra support of the staff services analyst will be very helpful in bringing this person up and training them and getting them into hitting the ground running with management of the grants. We did inherit a couple of grants that the current treasurer tax collector was administering in admin prior to moving upstairs for his new position. So those were already in place. Additionally, we just were awarded that cohort 3, $2.9 million for cannabis. We also have the LEAP grant and REAP grants, which are dedicated towards housing, supportive housing, and so that's getting rolled into our general plan, five-year plan. And we are pursuing a couple other grants that we have to thank the Chief Climate Resiliency Officer for, because within her program mandates, she's reaching out to find and secure grants that will help community development to achieve a few of the requirements that we have in our local hazard mitigation plan. 2 of which, the countywide evacuation plan and a climate action plan, are perfect timing right now, because in our 5-year general plan update, the first item that's coming that needs to be accomplished is a climate vulnerability analysis that will inform the safety element. So the countywide evacuation plan is also a requirement in the safety element. So the timing around these things, there are a lot of moving parts, but they couldn't have happened at a better time. They're all just going to synchronize. So we're really excited about that. Yes. Right. We will continue to seek ways to streamline our permitting system. For cannabis, the work is actively moving forward now in our cannabis task force, and I should have the first batch of recommendations to bring to you regarding facilities, zoning and permitting requirements. We're still sort of working our way through that. We're also taking a look at e-permitting system. We've been trying to get Acela to work for years. and have been encountering no small amount of frustration on that part. So we're taking a look at those funding sources and looking for an e-permitting system that will work for code enforcement, building and safety, and planning, as well as securing a public portal that will help to answer a lot of planning counter questions or business restriction or regulation questions before they even need to call us. So we'll have more on that as we continue to move forward, but we do thank Matthew in the administrative office and Shane French, as well as the technology committee folks who have been offering their support throughout this whole process as well. Ready for questions?
Supervisor Spatier.
Yeah, I couldn't find the exact position allocations on the changes. You talked about a grant writer, and again, it looks overall like you had 22 within your planning department. Now it's going to go down to 16. Looks like you have 13 folks that are hired full-time at this point in time. That still gives you the capability of the grant writer and everything else? Okay. And last question, you brought up Excella, so that brought up a question in my mind. We signed a 3-year Excella extension, and we added, I don't know how many numbers of licenses for staff to access it. Is staff not utilizing it at all, or is some staff, I'm just wondering, can we reduce the license, the cost of the license? Because it sounds like we're still struggling, and I know that we increased our cost of accessing Excella and having all the licenses. So if there's a way to reduce that, that gives you money to use for other things, I'd just love for that to be looked at, because I'd hate for us to pay for something we're not using like we have the last 6 years already with Excella.
Thank you. We have had staff review every single license to make sure it is still needed. The licenses are not just for our department, but we also have a couple other departments who it's very beneficial, particularly like the assessor recorder's office. They can access building plans, building things electronically a lot faster now than just, our historic process of them getting all the paper plans. So the licenses as they stand are still required, and we are definitely using Excella right now for building and a little bit for code enforcement, very minorly in planning. And if I could just voice one of my frustrations, our planning processes are similar to planning processes across California, but for some reason we have to actually create it like we're recreating the whole wheel. We can't just roll out, we can't just be like, okay, well, why don't you just take Napa's or something and just roll it out and we'll tweak it. Can't do that. So we have one staff that's dedicated to making Excella work, and he spends a lot of time fixing, tweaking some glitches and helping systems to sort of speak to each other, and so that maximizes his time. So I've put him on that as a priority rather than building the planning module, because it's important that the ones that we already have that we're using are as glitch-free as possible, but that still continues to take a large amount of his time. So we are using it. We can't just stop because we don't have a backup yet. So the switching and the process of securing maybe a new system is going to be ongoing for a while.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm going to have several questions. I'll make them quick. I know we don't commingle our cannabis funds and stuff like that with others. I've been told that, but I don't see them broken out in the budget breakout. So of anticipated income from new permits, whether development permits or zoning permits, I don't know which it would be. How many of those would be cannabis permits that you're projecting for the next year?
Due to the fluctuations in the market, our cannabis permit applications have slowed considerably. So out of the anticipated permits, taking into account that the board doesn't make any changes that would open, some new floodgates, we do not anticipate more than just maybe a handful of cultivation permits. However, as the board does can start considering the recommendations of the task force, and that then the board's recommendations then get translated into ordinance changes, that actually could affect it. But at this point, there's really no way for us to anticipate any large spike.
Is there any way to break it out in future budget breakdowns?
I would be happy to work with the administrative office to be able to do that. That brings up something that we have ongoing right now that we're working with the technology committee as well as the administrative staff to find funding for a department-specific finance software. We're really thankful to the auditor's office. They're going to help us with some hints and tricks with Navaline to reduce the frustration that we're experiencing. But just case in point, when I was in communication with Supervisor Spatier earlier this morning about specific budgeting questions, it was a little time consuming because we have a number of different programs all in the same budget line. So we're going to work to break that out as much as we can. But if we could bring on a finance software to assist us with that within our internal so that we understand, we can break numbers up a little better, that would be very helpful. And so we have been in discussion with the administrative office as well as the technology committee to sort of get that fixed.
Thank you. Depending on how frisky the task force gets and the recommended changes I may bring forward, it seems at least potentially possible, if not likely, that some form of environmental review would attend any ordinance changes that the task force recommended, up to and including a programmatic EIR. Do you have any inkling at this point whether the work done by the task force so far is leaning toward preparation of a PER, and if so, should that be budgeted?
Thank you. The task force has approved a number of additional zoning opportunities for multiple licenses. This will require robust environmental analysis. A PEIR has not been discussed particularly to those zoning amendments. However, we have spent more time talking about it at the Planning Commission level so that one of the benefits of a programmatic EIR is it would establish thresholds, particularly for water use, as well as other impacts that would need mitigation. This would be a very helpful tool for our Planning Commission as well as streamlining future and streamlining cannabis permit applications through their processing. Because if you have established thresholds, then hypothetically, possibly, an application could regulate itself or form itself to be developed in such a way that it would know that it would avoid all those impacts. So a programmatic EIR could be helpful in addressing a number of issues. I don't know if the modifications to the zoning ordinance that the task force is requiring would actually go to EIR level at this point. But I will have a much better idea once we get Planning Commission input and board input.
Okay.
Thank you. And there are some grant opportunities out there that we have sort of talked about should we need to perform that level of environmental review, or I mean outsource that level of environmental review.
All right, last question, I swear. Has any type of fee study been done recently that addresses any pass-through costs to permittees for those annual inspections? So again, I am super proud annual inspections got done last year. I'm super concerned in the years prior and in reaching out to other counties. And again, I'm bugging people. We're taking a land use permitting ordinance and trying to create some level of compliance. But cost recovery and possibly some ability for more frequent inspections, such as Yolo County, which during the growing season managed to do monthly inspections under their ordinance. So to the initial question, at the time the annual monitoring fee was set, was a fee study done? Is a fee study possibly recommendable? And just based on this 1 year where you guys got out to all the farms?
Cost recovery is a flat fee. I mean, no, sorry. Annual monitoring is a flat fee that if there was a cost recovery analysis done on it, it was done before I came. So I think that that's a really good idea as we go into this year. We'll keep track of our time.
I would assume it's part of the fee schedule, and that fee schedule has the capability to be updated on an annual basis.
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah. And a number of...
She's talking about doing the study, though, that allow you to change it.
Right. Yes, thank you. Yeah, a number of the planning fees are fully cost recovery based. But this one is it's just a set fee. So, but definitely we could do a time fee study on that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't have anything to add about ramping up to monthly inspections.
And just as a remark on the comments made by Supervisor Green, I think the budget being vague and having a line item that covers all permit revenues is fine. Having a report to look at that as a separate request is a completely different thing. I think on the budget, we can't get into the nitty-gritty of each individual details. Those are questions that we can ask and get a report from. So I'm comfortable with as is.
We would be happy to bring a report after we go through this harvest season.
Okay, any other questions for planning? Anybody in Zoom? Oh, wait, no, I want to do that public after. Okay, let's do the,
CSA.
yeah, we're going to do the benefit zone now.
I sent an email to you about some training for AB 52, but I'll leave it at that, and I won't belabor the discussion.
Super. Our staff has had training with county council regarding AB 52 processes. Yeah. It is definitely a priority of our department to make sure that all tribal sovereign nations are consulted or have the opportunity for input.
Yeah, I just want to prevent, like, because a couple of years back, before your service as the director, there was situations took place that put us in a position where it either slowed down or we had to go backwards, and so just want to prevent that in any controversy in the future. So just.
If I could make a request, Commissioner Brown, the Planning Commissioner Botzelwin Brown, made this really great recommendation during this past Planning Commission meeting. He would like to see training or consultation with the biologist of a tribe, because, you know, we have the biological surveys that are done regarding sensitive species, but no assessments are done right now regarding medicinal or valuable plants to tribes. That would be great to add on. So perhaps we could follow up with your planning commissioner to see how we could bring that on and take it on.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maria.
Okay, zone of benefit.
Zone of benefit, all right. We have been having regular meetings with our benefit assessment zones. We now have a scope of work. We've had great conversations with Chief Ciancio with the North Shore regarding using his teams. However, out of the process requires that we do go out for an RFP, so that was just posted today. We are looking to, notices have already gone out for all assessment zones besides Kelseyville Riviera. And so we're moving on that timeline right now so that the ones who don't self-abate will be ready to start assigning whatever fire crews we can get. Benefit assessment zones were created a few years ago specifically to the subdivisions within the Clear Lake Riviera areas. It followed the assessment districts that had previously been created for road improvements. And so the work that can be done is vegetation management that is specific to causing wildfire impacts on the county road areas within these assessment zones. It's gone on for a few years, and there have been a number of hiccups along the way that we're working on getting smoothed out. So this year, we have worked with county council to get the notices standardized and ready and in compliance for collections, for liens, for recollecting this money that's going to be expended. The homeowners association, sorry, I'm backing up because Supervisor Green had a little questioning look. So I'm just giving you a brief run through on what it is. The homeowner associations gathered their list of requested parcels to be serviced. We have sent notices out there. There have also been sort of a windshield survey to verify that the parcels requested for servicing meet the criteria that is required. And so we are looking to award that grant. I think it's going to be out for a week or two, looking to get that awarded and get the crews scheduled late this month or early July. It'll be quick to do the three other than Kelseyville Riviera because there aren't as many parcels requested there. So we're looking to get through those three subdivisions, I think, within a 2-week period. And then during that time period, we're also going to then start sending out the notices to the parcels requested in Kelseyville Riviera area. And so we can get them moving too, so that we can have all the crews on a seamless schedule to get through before it becomes a little too dangerous to be out there mowing.
Do we have balances yet?
We are still working on the balances. We actually set that aside because of limited staff resources. We wanted to focus on getting all those notices out so that we could get those crews out. But we are working through our past cases to get a final budget. Final balance.
Okay. Supervisor Spatier.
Well, it would appear to me, based on the fund summary, that there was a carryover of $315,000. So at the very least, from when that was created, that was the anticipated fund balance at the end of the year. And I think this is one of the main reasons. I mean, there's so many more reasons that the fines and the other portions that go, the assessments and things like that that go along with code enforcement are important, because to me this is a zone of benefit that you want to reaccrue and continue to make sure that that work is not just done until the money is gone, but that it has a revolving door of revenues that come back in for the work that had to be accomplished. And so I just want to highlight the importance of the fines that go along with those who do not self-abate and do not follow the rules, because we want to make sure that these funds stay active and they can be used in perpetuity in the future.
It's just a little more complicated how things have been rolling out. So they are working on the fund balance and figuring out exactly where we stand. It's there's been some hiccups as that has been mentioned. Okay.
I do want to express appreciation for our code enforcement manager. Marcus Beltramo has spent hours and hours and hours working on not just getting clarity on the balance update, but creating a form that is streamlined and rock solid as far as enabling us to collect those funds efficiently.
Yep. Okay. So I'll open it up for public input on all of the CDD budget units, building and safety, code enforcement, nuisance abatement, planning, and the wildfire benefit zone. Is there anybody in Zoom with?
I don't see anybody.
Okay, then I will bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve 1771, 4121, 7011, 77, oops, wrong ones, 2602, 2603, 2604, 2702, and 8475.
Second.
So much easier when my glasses are off.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So we'll take a break now, and we will come back at 2:05.